Hello, and welcome to Low Ink January 2022. Hello, and welcome. I'm doing it, Matt. Do it.
No, that's what you're doing it.
No, you do it.
Welcome to Low Ink January, everybody.
Welcome
the first one of the year? I think it is.
2023, baby. And today, I'm joined by myself, Duracell.
And let's get right into it. Thanks, IPL.
I am joined by the Matt Ninja, Matthew Fox. Introduce yourself. Who are you?
I got voted. I was actually employed for months a while ago at Wetherspoons. It's a pub chain in the UK. I work there, so I'm really good at my job for that. But okay. I decided that I'd loan myself out to commentary because if I can put up with those people all day long, why can't I commentate? So that's why I decided that I need to come here and talk about Splatoon. And we're talking about lowering teams. Can you look at these teams? Alliance of the Dam and Neon Palmtree. You know these guys.
I do. I've done my research.
Tell me.
I've done my research, and do you want to hear my findings?
Yeah.
Okay, that's great, because I don't care about what you wanted. I was going to say it anyways. So, Neon Palm Trees is actually a team that just beat this other team in a Lullaby match in Div 5, 5-3, and it was against Myolag Paradise. And it secured them a spot in playoffs. So they made playoffs in Div 5. It was pretty good.
Cool.
And then Alliance of the Dam actually did get third place in the October, the October Low Ink of last year. But unfortunately for them, they haven't really made it that high since. So they could be their turning point.
So we've got two teams with some success behind them, playing against each other. So definitely could see some interesting things. Tri-Slosher, obviously with Double Splash, which very common. But Tri-Slosher and a Lunar Blaster, very uncommon. This is actually the new Lunar Blaster set, which, as we know, has Fizzy Bomb Hammer.
Yeah, as we all know. All right. I am having trouble with Discord already. Oh no, Matt.
I can see stuff right now. Trying to play around mid now and just keep themselves alive. But it looks like the Lunar Blaster did go down on the side of Palm Trees, but they're just kind of taking a stable mid right now. The stretches now are going down. Even if Crab Tank was popped, it does look like that side now will be going down. Palm Trees will be taking the first control of mid, but the Tri-Slasher is getting some picks there, so potentially could at least slow down the push. But it looks like they're going to start making progress, just taking this push, onto the checkpoint on the regular side and hopefully securing it for them. But yeah, they actually do dunk it.
Yeah, that's a very early checkpoint for Neon Palm Trees now that my Discord is alive and well, but that's in turn a wipeout for the side of Alliance of the Dam there, popping this Crab Tank around this checkpoint, allowing them to break through it. And actually with 2 picks, they're gonna surely pop this and run it for a few extra points. Ooh, and that Rainmaker shield might come in handy, Matt. This is looking like a game-winning push right now.
No, it's so nice right now. You literally just can't walk into it. The Rainmaker just gets a ton of 3 points and all the way to 10. Even if they don't play with this right now, which, they're all going down there. It's not going to happen. That was an amazing push. I really liked, obviously, the 10 play was huge. But even before that, the Crab Tank position on top of the pedestal really just stopped the blue team from walking their Palm Trees, from walking into them and getting anything done. They took really good positioning and would take that second fight really easily to get this big lead. It's going to be very hard for me on Palm Tree to make it back now in this game, especially with the slightly slower comp with the Elita.
Yeah, I really wonder how they wanted to play this out. Surely they wanted to get an early lead and then play kind of defensively. But look at this. Alliance of the Dam is not giving them any space to work with. They got the 10 shield again in the area of spawn. And the Rainmaker is just going to hide in the shield. And even if they don't get any more points, Matt, the Rainmaker's in a very difficult spot to get out of, and they still are picking it up.
Yeah, honestly, that's the thing to do. If you could just keep running into that spawn and play zombie now, then Neon Palm Trees aren't going to be able to come back. And I really like this play they're doing with the 10. They just keep suffocating the Charger and the rest of the team. It's making it so hard for Neon Palm Trees to get anything done when you just keep running into that spawn. I'm liking this play a lot right now from Alliance of the Dam.
Yeah, me too. They managed to reset the Rainmaker. But as we could see, the Splash player over on the side of Alliance of the Dam did get the attention of the rest of the 3 members of Neon Palmtrees, and that delayed their pushback into mid for so long. And look at this, now it's a 4v4 situation. Now 4v3 in favor of Neon Palmtrees. They do have this Ultra Stamp. Curious to see if it'll be any use. And they're still keeping the people's advantage, Matt. This could be a turning point right now.
It's been really hard for Splatoon to get any space in mid because he just keeps getting burst bombs. Yeah, 10 comes out of nowhere. Really nice shotgun right there. Just one pump it. Now pushing up, just trying to take the spikes out of the shield and actually getting stuff done, but still staying alive despite the fact they had no shield. They weren't getting pushed too hard there. But now they're taking this fight mid, but the DDS does go down. Traded with the Tri-Slosher, but it does really look like Alliance of the Dam have like a space control in mid. Even if the people advantage is fairly similar, they're really the ones just holding it down right now, not letting anything happen. It sounds like an Ultra Stamp was pump, but no, it looks like Neon Palmtree's going down, and it's going to be Alliance of the Dam getting another push on the go. Unless they need to get some snipes, but, you know, not quite, but the teammates are following up with some nice pressure.
Good jump back, kind of trading a life there to reposition for the defense as this orange team of Alliance of the Dam is looking to push again with that tent shield. But, I don't know, they're trading a lot of lives and not doing anything. They can't really move out of spawn. I would love to see them getting a wipe onto Alliance of the Dam and getting that E-leader to pick up the Rainmaker. It would definitely make this comp a little faster to push with. And yeah, they just kind of have to run it now. They only have 1 minute. That's roughly a chance in the position that this Rainmaker is right now at this point of the game.
Yeah, I really agree with the lead to picking up because right now it's going to be really hard, especially on Scorch Gorge. Like, you've got to push into all these high ground areas, and having that lead, unless they stand on mid and get every single pick, there's not much going to happen. And yeah, right now, like the damage they able to push in, get 3. It's only going to be left right, does pop the Ultra Stamp, and actually he's able to pick up 1. Going to try and get some more done around this mid area, and just staying alive. I do like the decision to, you know, back off and not get greedy, but no, actually now going over the Luna, we'll be taking these fights, so we'll see if anything can happen off of this. And Neon Palmtrees are just going to try and hopefully get the space off the Luna, but now they are going to fall short to the Splash in mid. And it's going to look like Alliance of the Dam. It's going to be controlling mid, and then you have a cram tank ready at the end of the game.
Yeah, with only 13 seconds left and 2 crab tanks at the ready and Rainmaker resetting, I really doubt they can make it. Actually, they're 2 down right now. 1 is coming from spawn, which is the tent, but they still have that crab tank. This is very... Oh, well, never mind. No overtime for you today.
No, I do think in that game, it really did, like, having the fast-paced comp on Rainmaker just does so much for you. I think that, you know, double splash is pretty good, it's alright. And having those crab tanks just be able to get the pressure on the top when you're pushing, alongside the tent just, like, suffocating the E-liter. It was a really hard matchup advantage on a map mode like that. Especially because, you know, specifically, like, you're trying to play Liter into these 2 crab tanks, really fast weapons, and a tent just, like, constantly, you know, trying to suffocate you. It's not going to be easy, you know, no matter how good you are.
Yeah, not at all. And I really like their pushes. I really did. Utilizing the 10 shield and the ink back. I don't know, they got to 10 within, what, the first minute? That's a very good shot.
And at that point, you can just, like, play your own game, because you don't need to, like, go for, like, oh, we got to get a ton of points, we got to get a ton of points. You can just, like, play around the Rainmaker, keep them away from it, suffocate them as much as you can, and you don't, you know, you can play, as kind of like slow as you want. At that point in the game, you really do control the pace. Makes it much easier.
Yeah, definitely is. And especially when you're versing an E-leader, which is a weapon that slows you down so much in Rainmaker. But it doesn't matter now, because we're moving on to Clan Blitz Mako Mart's match. What do you expect from this map? Expecting the same comps. Right?
I'm expecting really similar stuff from Alliance of the Dam, because 10 here is so nice. Like, the thing is, it's definitely a map with, you know, it's got like a lot of high grounds, and like not high grounds, but, you know, mid's a bit awkward to play around sometimes as 10. And it can feel a bit suffocating, but I think when you learn the map and you work out what's going on, you can just really control the alleys, like, especially around the middle, you can control a ton. If you get on the stacks, it can get a ton done, and just clam with back on clan blitz, so powerful in this game. So I think if you're running like a double, you know, crab here, I mean, it's amazing everywhere, but if you just get set up on like the other stack and just start shooting into their spawn, like, it's going to be so hard to deal with. So I really think that a double splash 10 comp is going to dominate this map. I think that, you know, I don't want to be mean, but I don't think that Lita is going to be super great here just for the matchup. You're dealing with 2 crab tanks putting total pressure on you. Burst bomb spam, really easy to get away with on this map, and the 10's going to suffocate you down. I think that trying to find another pick could be good. But if that's your comfort, maybe it's your comfort. And it is definitely going to be easier to play on this map than the last one. So if you hit all your shots, it could work, but it's definitely going to be hard.
Yeah, definitely. Looking at this graphic that we have on stream right now, point number 2, where it says you should watch for open access to the enemy base, you definitely should, especially if you're a team running E-Leader. It's so easy to get flanked or just get that entire area controlled by the enemy. And as the image says, you do have to watch out for it, or else it could be quite the easy knockout for the opposing team. Obviously, in Clan Blitz, you have to care a lot about map rotation, or else you won't get clams. And yeah, that's the map we're gonna watch in a couple of minutes now, waiting for lobby issues to get fixed. It does seem like everyone is back in the lobby. So yeah, anytime now.
Yeah. Sorry, I disappeared for a bit, but I've returned. So I didn't catch the second half of what you were saying, because I had to even rejoin. But don't worry.
Hey, that's okay.
Don't worry, I came back. I wanted to just what's going on. What I realized at the start of the game is the map order is Splatoon 3, then 2, then 1, because it's Scorch Gorge and then Mako and then Flounder. Isn't that cool?
It is. Wow, you're really smart.
Thanks.
You're really observant. Also, I do want to mention this. That SRB2 dude in chat. Well, he was in chat. Okay. Get this. He sent this message. Matt is commentating from karaoke bar mic right now.
Look, I'm on my mobile phone. I'm having some technical difficulties, but it's okay. Okay. It's okay.
Look,
anyway, I just wanted to say, I don't know if you mentioned it while I was gone, but I could be interested to see how Luna works at it. Like, I'm going to be straight up, right? Luna's like a below mid-tier weapon, right? But if you're sick at it and it's your comfort, then this is a map that could really work for it. Like, you can just find some really annoying angles, get under the ledges, and just like try and just farm the enemy team, like walking into you. It's one where it could work. So, yeah, it's not the greatest weapon, but if you are a Luna player, you're happier to see Clan Blitz Makamar than Remix Scorch Gorge, at least. If you compare the two, I would definitely rather see this map to Luna player than the other one.
Definitely. I do want to, I don't know, I kind of want to ask this player what leads them to pick the Luna Neo as opposed to the Splat Bomb Zipcaster variants, because, I mean, I don't know, I'm just curious. To me, if I see Ultra Stamp on a weapon, I kind of want to play the other version. But
also, I think that Fizzy Bomb's great, but I think Luna's the sort of weapon where you like having a fast-paced sub instead. And yeah, the exact same combos coming out, Tri-Slash, a double splash, and the 10. We actually do see a Splash-O-Matic, double T-Tech, and heavy comp here. This is really interesting. So obviously, Tri-Strike here can now just roll crabs, like, completely. And it is the sort of map where you could just spam Tri-Strike, control a lot of the map here. And Splash-O-Matic, I mean, I guess I could see it's a 10 counter. Are they just going to try to hammer the 10 24/7, like, break it down? What do you think the idea is there?
I don't know. It might be a comfort pick. Honestly, I don't think it's much of a counter pick here. Unfortunately, that is already 2 people going down. Oh, actually, no, 2v2 in mid now. This heavy might be getting the pick. No, not a pick, but manages to jump out, save themselves from that flank. Still has that wave breaker ready for this defense as Neon Palmtree tries to push in, but. Well, actually, I was going to say they are not going to push in, and then I realized this is their side of the map.
Yeah. Sorry, I was having it, but yeah, the T-Tech right now is on his left side. He's going to try and take some control, but no, right now, Neon Palmtrees are down another again. The Sploosh player has been taken out, so it is going to be a situation where Life down can start pushing out, especially now everybody's back ready. And yeah, more going down for Neon Palmtrees. The Tri-Strikes are making things annoying, but everyone's keeping alive and everyone's staying in the game, so they're definitely going to get a push off here. But no, actually, 2 players do go down, and the 10 has the back ready, and they did store some points, but it wasn't a ton. Only 23 in it, and it is going to allow Neon Palmtrees to control all of mid. And on this map, you can just get mid really, really fast and just control it all. I would really see the heavy push up the team rather than stay and wait for one ball, but it is what it is. T-Tech's now pushing, does get the score, but 2 do now go down. It's just the heavy. Are they going to come through the ball? But no, they're too far back. It would be nice if they were able to push the team, but it's alright because at least they're going to be able to stay alive and conserve it for the next push. But now have Alliance to down 3 fish online, 2 of them on Crab Tank, and then links back to the push here, so it can be very, very scary for Neon Palmtrees. They've got to be careful for this defense here.
I really agree with what you said about the heavy pushing up rather than staying back and trying to get the pity clam, because that's a lot of range and a lot of pressure for the enemy team. They wouldn't be able to have pushed in as fast as they did. But now it seems like there's a lot of map control and even a second push going out for Alliance of the Damned as they get a trade going on this side of the map. The tent unfortunately goes down to the bomb. That would have been a few extra points on the scoreboard for them. But no, it seems like it's their turn to defend now, Matt. They throw the ball back. I like that. Kind of prevents the enemy to know where this player is, this Trislog player. As he gets one pick, might get the second onto this enemy pushing the left side. But no, he jumps in to the basket, grabs his other teammate the ball, and he gets a clam in. That's the end of the push. That's going nowhere, Matt.
It's going nowhere, and the thing is, Neil Palmtree's definitely been down in this game, but despite that, ability to score very even. I say that, as this looks like a good push. Two power clams to choose something like times 38, yep. Now they're controlling a ton of area, and Alliance of the Dam still have a push going. They've got another big ball, and they've got 2 crab tanks on them already. The tank does go down, but that's only 2 members left right from Neil Palmtree. The crab's just going to stand there, put a ton of pressure. Clams are now coming from mid, going to take that counter down, potentially below the 10s, but yep, and now only 3 more clams to end this game. I don't know if they'll get it quite on this push, but there's a big clam coming in.
They might, especially with this 10 shield. No, oh, actually, never mind. Off from the right side with just 2 small clams, manages to KO this game, and that is going to be set. Going to Alliance of the Damned. That's the first set of today, Matt.
Yeah, well done to Alliance of the Damned. That was quite convincing from them. They played really well. I like this double splash 10 combination. They've got a tri-slash as well, which we really haven't talked about too much. But I do like, if you're gonna play tri-slash, pairing with a 10's pretty nice because you can abuse that shield and the pressure it's taken. So I'm liking this comp. I think that it could do things in this tournament. They had a really convincing game 1. I think it was quite dominating from them. I still like at the end. I was so focused on the power clam coming through the middle that I just didn't realize that there were 2 guys going to separate sides throwing in minis. That that's more than enough to win the game at that point. And everyone's going to be like, massive climb in the middle, run towards it, get it, and they don't even realize that they're getting flagged from 2 sides and the game's over. So
yeah, that's another thing that Tent can do. On top of that power climb that you mentioned, just having the Tent shield open right in front of the main choke point that goes towards the basket, the objective there, it draws so much attention. And we all saw every member that was up from Neon Palmtree just instantly focused that Tent shield, and and allowed the opposing team on Alliance of the Damned to do exactly what you said they did. So
yeah, it's really versatile. I like this weapon. It's a cool one. It's cool. I like how it's being used. Yeah.
Yeah, me too. Look at us, fans. We're fans.
I'm a fan.
I'm expecting an autograph soon.
Okay.
What do you mean, okay?
That's a bit much, but
what?
It's fine.
Matt, man.
No, it's fine.
Oh, Matt. Anyways, moving on.
I'm gonna. I need to take a minute. So you good luck. I'm gonna try and fix something.
Okay. All right. Well, and there he goes. So yeah, guys, this is very professional. Matt is a professional guy with a professional setup, and so am I. We were talking about this earlier. Oh, Matt. Matt? Okay, he's not here. So, I guess we weren't talking about anything earlier because Matt's not actually speaking. Hello?
Can you hear me?
Oh, yes!
What?
We could hear you.
Wait, speak?
Yes, hello?
Why can't I hear you?
You can? I don't think you can hear me. This is embarrassing. This is embarrassing. Yeah, I don't like the good sounding Matt either. I don't. He doesn't realize. He does not realize that we hear him, I don't think. But he obviously can't hear us. So, at the risk of getting cut off by Matt, I'm just gonna talk about the next teams that we're gonna be watching. So, first off, we got Surf and Surf, which has played in 250 straight lowings. and they are a very consistent.
200 Loinks?
Yes.
I thought they did one a month.
For how many months?
Well, for 200, that would be like 12 times 20.
250
years.
No, yes, that's exactly it. 21. It would be 20 plus. It would be like 20 years and what, 8 months or something like that.
Okay. Well, anyway, I think I'm here now.
Welcome back.
Sorry, I'm all over, but I should be alive now. I should be stable. Mental stability achieved.
Okay.
Oh.
Mic stability unachieved, I don't think.
No, I think I'm okay.
Okay, you're okay? Thank God.
Yes.
Well, I was saying, before you rudely interrupted me, this team has been playing for 20 years.
Give me the TLDR. Yeah.
20 years they've been playing. 20 years. Do you believe that? I don't.
Okay.
No, me neither. But anyways, they've been playing.
What are you chatting? Okay, wait, what's going on? Can you actually
Surf and Turf. Surf and Turf, Matt. Surf and Turf is the team that we're watching next.
Yeah, give me actual information. I'm not even. This is not bit.
Okay, I'm telling you, Matt. I love working with you. They have been consistent in the alpha bracket of loadings, right. But they never actually won. Yes, it is. Oh. Good observation. Anyways,
but today they're gonna win? Question mark.
Might.
The first one of 2023, make it a big one.
It might be.
What's their best result been? Do you have that?
I do not.
Well, I'm sure that today they'll get a great one, and I'm excited to watch them on our first map mode, which is Tower Control.
Inkplot.
Yeah, you with me?
Okay, let's do it. Okay, Tower.
Control on Inkplot Academy.
No, that's not it. Okay, yes, that is it, Matthew. And
who is talking about the opponent?
Oh, there you go. IRS, everyone's favorite, the tax. So this team has chosen a name that they just wanted to install fear into the enemy's minds at the start of the set. They did, however, fail to realize that most of the Splatoon player base does not pay taxes.
Yeah.
Not for illegal reasons, just they're too young. But I like the strategy. I do like the strategy.
It's an admirable one. I mean, I feel like the average age of Loink is higher than the average age of like the rest of the community.
It could be. I think
maybe they know their target audience, you know.
Right. I like that. We might need some statistics. I'm gonna run a what do you call those things? I forget the word. My English is not my first language. You know what I mean.
Is it Brazilian?
No. Well, anyways, IRS is gonna play this map against Surf and Turf.
I just want to see what the weapons are. I'm always interested. We get some more interesting stuff here, and I want to see what's going on. We got Gudra, big special defense stat. All right. And Gudra is on the heavy splatling. That's like appropriate. Do we have any Splashamatics? Only one Splashamatic in this game. And we do actually see an Elita return, but I definitely will say an Elita in this environment much better than ones we've seen before. There's not going to be a 10 rushing you down. There's not going to be 2 splashes burst bombing you. And it is a map where you can get with a lot of stuff. And also the matchup against Splatling, very nice. So I'm going to have eyes on this player. I'd like to see what they can get done here, but they will have to deal with some fizzy spam from the machine and potentially try rushing them down. And the first one to be taken out will actually be the Splashamatic player on the side of the IRS. And in fact, a Junior going down too. Tristoff's going to try and push up here and get some pressure onto the left side, but he's going to actually fall short to this bucket. There's actually 3 different buckets in this game.
There are. I was thinking the same. This is a bucket-heavy lobby right now, which is quite interesting because this map does have a lot of ledges you can slosh over. Now, a lot of crab tanks are going to get popped from this side of IRS here, I hope, and hopefully they managed. Hopefully they managed to stop this push quite early. They didn't even give up that first checkpoint, which it did really seem like they would have.
They gave up the first checkpoint, then they gave up the second one. Oh, nice try, Zuka. They're potentially going to start the next push for Surf and Turf. I really like that pick there. And now they're going to just push aggressively on this left side. Chrissy actually made a nice play there, just getting out when the rest of their team went down. But actually does get taken out by the top there. It will just be the machine and heavy, and now everyone's going to be backing up. The big up bomb does force Anakin back a little bit, but you know, they are going to be able to push back in quickly. Is going to be close to that crab tank. Oh, nice little tech there. We've all seen that on Twitter. Throwing all the tri-strikes at once. Unfortunately, doesn't really get them anything, but it does allow Anakin to try and push up in mid there. Unfortunately, not finding a thing, and Rem's being pressured pretty hard by this nice miss combo, and now it's going to be Surf and Turf getting another advantage. We've got to see that a lot this game.
Yeah, it seems like so far this map has been quite dominant for this side of Surf and Turf. And, well, hopefully IRS does something to change this. They desperately need a pick. And they should take ground right now because look at this. Surf and Turf is not taking that much space in this enemy area as of yet. They do pop the Booyah, so maybe with the try on the tower and with this Booyah on Max and getting a couple of picks there with the Booyah and the assistance of some other teammate, they do get a few more points on the scoreboard. They clear that second checkpoint, and this is starting to get into very, very dangerous territory.
Yeah. This is looking like Inkling TC now. You get really snowballing as soon as they get your bats. And the machine here is not going to let anyone push that side. They will try and go out to the side of the tower. And actually, after the try, Sasha going down, the heavy will go down too. But the machine's still chilling here. Going to try and get some few picks. Do they know? Yeah, they know. And the machine knows they know. So they're all getting out. And they're going to control mid. But that's going to be nice because now you've got 4 people just sitting there, not allowing the side of IRS to try and get any control. But yeah, big push to 20 there. Inkling TC, as I said before, very snowbally. So if IRS finally find their footing in this game, they could definitely do something here. And with the try Sasha going down and Chrissy being pressured back by those try strikes, not able to do much with the Zuka, could be the situation they need. Wave breaking out being popped, so hopefully the IRS can find some footing in this game because they've definitely been able to give themselves some sort of situation. They just need to capitalize a bit faster than they are currently.
Yeah, they really should be playing this a bit faster, a bit more explosively. And with this crab tank and with a pick going with it, maybe 2, that's 2, they should definitely get on the tower. Very good play from Anakin right there with the double on the crab tank and then instantly turn the flank. Very, very nice. Hopefully Steven here, along with his teammate, gets the pick onto that Splasher Magic player. A bit too pushed up there, Anakin, and with the Slasher going down, I do expect this push to be over quite soon.
Nice pick.
They get the pick with the snipe.
Yeah, I really like that from the charge. Yeah, I really like that from Charger. Getting into a good position to get that done. And actually, it will allow IRS to stay in this push. 2 try-super shots. In fact, all 3 that has been shot. But that means nothing was found from it. And IRS could definitely continue this push. They've got a big bubble, but the Slosher does go down. So now Talpanda's going to have to try and find some pressure on this left side. And the team is there to be ready. You've got to be careful on the ink rails because people are watching. And you really want to conserve this big bubble for a push. But a nice pick from the Splat Bomb. And the ball drops on tower. This could be a good situation. IRS needs to push up, though, and help this junior fast. Because currently, they've got no help. But they're being pressured hard by this wave breaker. Only a minute left in this game. This definitely could be a good situation. Elix are quite far pushed up here, so they've got to be careful, but could definitely find a good pick if they would find something. I do want to see them back on that bump, though. They're able to do a lot from that, and yeah, they're thinking the same, getting on that side and want to try and find a pick. Unfortunately, the Tri-Slasher does get taken down when they were trying to push on the right side. Sorry, the regular bucket. But Anakin now pushing on this left side, but does get taken out. And it looks like the push for IRS is most likely going to end, but a nice pick. We've got some jumps coming in, so actually this could continue.
It could. Rem has been doing a very good job in securing a second chance after these pushes fail, after maybe a teammate of his or them gets picked off a bit too early, but these picks are so valuable. Tau Panda does pop the big bubbler here. They could get this checkpoint, especially with this crab tank getting popped in the enemy plats. Tau Panda does go down to the machine, and with 4 seconds left and only 1 player alive, I think that is over. That is first game going to Surf and Turf.
Yeah, that was a well-played game by Surf and Turf. They really set the advantage early and took control of the game. I do think that by the end of the game, IRS found their footing. They kind of realized, what they needed to change and, like how they should be taking the fights and controlling the game. They stopped just sitting on their side of the map and finally started making some plays. But I do think that they kind of got to that a bit late in the game. There was already a big advantage for the side of Surf and Turf. They could play to their advantage like we were saying earlier. And unfortunately, it was a bit too late. But I do think that we saw, we saw a real team and a real performance by the end there, so I definitely think that going into some other maps, we could see IRS do something. Although, moving into Rainmaker, your Charger player is not going to be happy, and Rem did have some nice aggressive picks.
Yeah, really did, but this is a pretty long map. I think Charger could excel in Eeltail Alleyway regardless of the Rainmaker, and honestly, I think Charger players today might even have a pocket shooter or just some other weapon that they can play in Rainmaker, because Rainmaker is such a fast-paced mode that having that sniper in the back line might not be that helpful in some cases.
Yeah, especially, I feel like nowadays Rainmaker compared to old Rainmaker is so much faster. People really do lend towards, like, especially the better level. A lot of the good teams do just lend towards, let's just send it, you know, just send it until we get just a great push, because all you need is one good push. You don't need to play perfectly and manufacture the best, most amazing push from your first try. You just need one in the entire game. So that's why people love playing fast and sending it. So maybe we'll see a pocket pick from Rem, but I'm unsure. I could see Charger. What you did say, you know, it is a long map. I've not played this map too much, and you are a Charger player, so I'll trust you on that, but we'll have to see. I'm very interested. I did like some of Anakin's plays that game, but sometimes they got to tone it down. Like, you know when they got that triple? It was like, that was fire, and then they were like, wow, I'm the best player in the world, and ran into that spawn. Like, sometimes you got to know your own limits.
Yeah, definitely discipline is one of the hardest skills to learn in any shooter, I would say. No, I'm being serious.
I mean,
Anyways, looking at this graphic right now, as we know, Rainmaker in practically every map in this game does have 2 checkpoints. Of course, you need to push to one of them, and then only after that you can push past it. In this map, there's 2 checkpoints, and we can see the bridge path, as they call it, has a direct access to the checkpoint, but it's going to be very hard because on the top left there, it's high ground on the enemy side. So yeah, they just have the advantage looking over you. However, on the right side, you can just kind of slip under the bridge, and there's another checkpoint there. It might be easier, it might be harder. It depends on comps. But yeah, you really got to make a choice, as we said, in such a fast-paced mode that you can't be stalling at all.
I played this map today and I don't like it.
All right. Thank you, man.
We got a Splatalot Wiper from Dory here. Pretty interested about that, because obviously Stamp Up and Pick Up are used a lot recently, but the Wiper's going to be an interesting pick, and it will be an E-liter. Is that E-liter going to get frustrated all game at torpedoes being thrown at them? We will have to see. And also the Octo Brush coming out from Stevens. This is an interesting composition from Surf and Turf, but I'd like to see how it's going to work here.
Oh, well, okay. I thought that bomb was going to get like a triple, but we're just cursed with the spectator lag. However, it's been a bloodbath right now. It's been trade after trade after trade, and that's a wipeout very, very early. Surf and Turf looking to close out this game quite fast, instantly going for the fastest checkpoint available here on this right side. And they should be getting this pop quite easily, Matt. Instantly picking it up. This is so aggressive.
They're taking the right side. They were all focused on the left. Oh, but looks like 9 points. I don't know how the points work on this map. But is that good on this map? I don't know, but it seemed pretty good. Whoa, nice. The push it over. That's a really good shot. Actually, something I can definitely keep the push up. Daxwell's now popping these tri-strikes, just gonna try and keep people back. Does take down the Octo Brush Steven. And then you do see on this left side, everyone's looking at that one guy does get taken down. And now it is gonna be just a Splatalot Wiper trying to get stuff done, but you know, definitely being forced back here. Crab Titan being popped, which is actually really, really good to try to Surf and Turf. Because, yeah, most likely out of this situation, as we can see, like, IRS are getting the favor out of it, but you've just popped your Crab Tank just to get people out of your spawn. Like, if you've got to pop your most valuable special to get them out, just out of your spawn, and they still control mid, it's going to be really scary going into this next one. However, they do have the special advantage with this bubble wave breaker and some tri-strikes being popped, and in fact, they will actually find one, so this could be a big situation for the side of IRS. If they would capitalize, but another tri-strike shot. They've been going off today.
Yes, this Trizuka has been getting a lot of picks, at least at this map. Anakin here. Oh, I thought they were going to push this right side, especially with the Crab Tank, but it looks like they won't. This should be... Oh, actually... Oh, no. If they just slip through the Splatana, they could get very close to the checkpoint. They are not clearing it, however. But, I don't know. It's now a 3v4. Maybe they can get a jump in. But this Octobrush is going to dive with the Zipcaster. Very, very good use of that special there. Diving a single isolated target. And it grants them the advantage there.
I really loved that. It was really cheeky. Like, they went out to the unlinkable bit where, like, you couldn't be shot at, then just jumped over and boom, boom, boom. Like, what did you do against that? That's already cheeky and cast. Where? Spider-Man, I liked it. Anyway, Rem's going to try and look for a shot on the Rainmaker here, but they're being really pressured back on this right side, so they have to walk backwards. But they are in a pretty nice situation. 3 specials on the side of IRS to defend this, but their bucket does go down. Rem forced forward quite hard by that Rainmaker shot, and actually is going to give Surf and Tough a really good situation. Oh, going all the way down to 8. I don't even know this map to know that's good push. And look, they're still in the spawn. Big Bubble's been popped, just trying to defend, but 3 people do go down. Just heavy spot lengths. The push will end, but still, push to 8. Like we said, now they control the pace of the game. They can just sit on mid, they can play slow, especially on a map like this. You can camp the game out as much as you want. Like, I don't know how lame Surf and Tough are feeling, but if I was them, I would just sit back, throw my subs at mid, and have a party.
Yeah, especially with a Torpedo Wavebreaker comp. I think you're golden.
Double suction torp with a Wavebreaker, like.
Yeah. And the Zipcaster too, just to make sure the Charger is not having fun at all this match.
Yeah, this is looking like a really good situation. It's going to be a scrap on mid now. We're going to have to see how things favour out. We do actually need Splatalot wipe go down, so IRS will be favoured, but the Splash Matter goes down too, but the Octobrush going down too. It's absolute pandemonium here. We see the shot try and get up on top and put some pressure on, but they're being forced backwards, so IRS will start getting an advantage. They're going to start moving forwards. A big bubble, really aggressive big bubble. I do like seeing that. I don't like seeing them far backwards. Getting some space with that one is going to be very useful. Although the bug going down and Rem being pressured really hard, but living the Rainmaker, but the Octobrush pops up and gets a few. It's just going to be a 1v1 now. Junior versus Shot. We're going to have to see this fight. Tau Power is actually going for the pop to then force the shot away from them. I really, really like that because, you know, in a weapon advantage, obviously Junior's going to lose shot like 99% of the time, but, oh, they back up and they actually let their teammate die. They do actually end up getting the kill, but still, you kind of left your team out to dry there. It's going to be a difficult situation for IRS to try and reclaim this now that the members of Surf and Tough are back and ready to defend, especially considering no checkpoints have been claimed. There's only 45 seconds remaining.
Yeah, IRS desperately needs to clear a checkpoint right now. And after that, I'm not even sure one single wipeout would be enough to KO this game. I think 2 would definitely clear it, but 1 might not be enough. Rem here just trying to look over mid, but they are not picking the Rainmaker. And as we said earlier, I do really think the Ilios should be picking this up, or else their pace is going to get so slow in a mode like Rainmaker map. This is not looking good. 15 seconds left. It might be over.
All the specials are ready on the side of Surf and Tough. It's looking great for them. They're really controlling this side of the map. Although everyone's going down, only Splatalot Wiper left. So this is IRS's chance now. They've just got to survive from the Splatalot Wiper. They are running into mid and putting on a lot of pressure, but they are now taken down. That can be scary. They've got the special ready. They've got the Try Strike, but the Junior does go down. They really need to get this checkpoint, and they do. They still have an advantage. They've got the Crab Tank. This Crab Tank's got to be huge, but they pop it on the low ground. They really need to find as many picks as they can. It's a difficult angle to do so. In fact, you get taken out by the bomb. The Octobrush comes down, and that's Surf and Tough. Is it best of 3 taking the series 3-0? 2-0?
It is.
Yeah.
It is.
Best of 3. They've taken it 2-0. And a really solid force from them. I will say, IRS definitely looked like a solid team. It wasn't nowhere near as dominant as the first game we watched today. But Surf and Tough, you know, proving why they've had solid low results time and time again. And yeah, putting on a really nice performance here today. So, nice to watch.
IRS showing a very, I would say, a strong capability of adaptation, but maybe a bit too late into the game. Especially in that TC game. If they had adapted, I'm fairly certain they could have taken the lead there. But yeah, it just goes to show that tax fraud does not get you anything good.
It gets you money.
Well,
if you get away with it, tax fraud just gets you money.
Okay. Yeah, but if you don't get away with it, it gets you, you know.
Yeah, but if you were better, you'd get away with it.
Oh, my bad. I didn't realize it was my fault.
If you were just a bit better.
Oh, man.
Anyway, I really like seeing the Octobrush. Not gonna lie, Zipcast is fun. Like watching Spider-Man. Do you remember like it was one of the first tournaments of this game? It was like a French tournament, and Squid and Good won over like Prominence and AR, and then like Geku. It's Geku's the Carbon.
It was
right?
Geku,
like
Carbon.
He was like going off on Carbon, and he just said, "Okay, like I'm Spider-Man." It's just like because it was only the Zipcast one was like.
I remember
fun
that.
Special to watch. I really want to watch more of it. It's such a fun one. Yeah, I don't know. That's all. I just thought that was funny. Little anecdote for you. Anecdote sounds like the name of a potion.
What? What sounds like the name of a potion?
Anecdote.
Okay. It's kind of like antidote, right? The kind of that.
Yeah, I guess so.
All right. Okay, bye. I see you. I see you.
No, you don't.
No, I don't see you actually. This is a voice chat only.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, Matt. You know, I think, and I'm gonna say this is my opinion. Okay, this is not an IPL opinion. This is my opinion.
Okay. You're gonna say something risque on the IPL cast?
Ooh, I might. No, I was just gonna say that we both look very, very good on the IPL tweet that says that.
I thought you just meant generally. I thought you just meant generally.
No. Generally as well, but especially in those pictures. No?
Maybe.
What do you mean, maybe? I think I'm right.
I don't know. Sure, why not?
Interesting. Very interesting. I'm taking notes now.
The IPL tweet, which you can find at IPL Twitter, with the app. Do you want to say the app?
Oh, at IPL Splatoon.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah, baby.
Go,
Yeah,
like,
baby. Yeah, baby. All right. Enough brain rot.
oh.
All right.
Okay. Look at that, Dura. The next game, Splatalot Imbeciles vs Sunrise. Not only that, but the winner will likely move on to Alpha.
Yes. This is the last round of top 32, which is a round robin, which just means it's groups.
We've been watching round robin. Okay, I knew that.
Yeah, you did.
I thought we were going into top 8. I thought this was a single year.
No.
Okay, it's okay though. It's okay. It's okay. Round robin. Yeah.
Splatalot.
Anyway, do you wanna continue? You had a statement, and I was just kind of being silly.
Did I? So all of a sudden now you care. All of a sudden now you care.
Yeah. I do.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Matt, it's so you are it's like I hate that I love you so much, man.
Right.
Is that appropriate to say on stream? Oh, I just got word from on high. It's appropriate. So, yeah.
Do it, Dura.
Do what? What do you want me to do?
You heard production.
Oh, Matt, it's been an honor casting with you. Would you like to cast the World Championship with me? Official at Nintendo?
That's not. Sounds like you're making an announcement. That's not happening.
What? What do you mean? I'm inviting you right now.
Oh, nah.
What? What?
Maybe if I could cast with K-Bob, but not with you.
Oh, so it's all about K-Bot now. All right,
Yep.
You know what? We have a job to do, okay?
Okay.
And
Did you know we got promised a custom Pokemon Showdown avatar for this gig today?
did we custom avatars?
Yep. And now if we don't get them, everyone should riot and boycott IPA. IPL.
IPA. Okay. Well, hello guys, and welcome to Lowink. Brought to you by IPA, the International Phonetic Alphabet, which is an alphabetic system, a phonetic notation, based primarily on the Latin script. Did you know that, Matt?
No.
Neither. I just googled IPA.
IPA also stands for Indian Pale Ale. Probably one of my favourite types of beer to drink.
I like that beer.
Can I just say
say
that IPL does not condone drinking?
Hey, not IPO, but Matthew Fox. Did you know, guys, fact, before we jump into this game or this match, did you know that Matthew Fox was the Employee of the Month of Weatherspoons, which is... Weatherspoons is, fun fact, a lot of fun facts today. It's a fun day. Weatherspoons is a British pub. And Matthew Fox, Matt Ninja, you're very true. Slash Mike right now in chat. One of those guys, not the Duracell guy. Employee of the Month. Anyways, Splat Zone's museum.
Did you know that
Dolphin
Duracell's never watched Job in his life? She's a bum.
That's not true. That's just not true. That's just a lie. That's a lie. You know what else is a lie?
What?
I don't know, but I was trying to get a segue to introduce the map, but nothing.
You know what's a lie?
What?
The next match will be played Turf War, but that's a lie. The actual match will be...
The Splat Zone's Museum d'Alfonsino.
Yeah, baby!
Triple rotating platforms. Yeah? Yeah, man. Rotate 90 degrees over 20 seconds. You don't like degrees, then they rotate pi over 2.
No!
Over 20. What do you mean, no?
Oh, yeah,
what?
wait, sorry. I do a maths degree. I forgot. I thought it was pi before a second.
No.
Yeah.
Anyways, they rotate 90 degrees over 20 seconds with 6-second pauses. I would calculate the angular velocity right now, but I don't feel like it. But it's 90 degrees over 20 if you want to do it. Yeah. Any more information about this map, Matthew?
There was this time in Splatoon 1 where for some reason Splatoon's Museum d'Alfonsino was in like every rotation. Like, I don't know if any OGs remember that, but like literally like at least once a day, normally multiple times a day. Remember, these were 4-hour rotations. For some reason, this map mode was always in it. And it kind of created hate for it, but then people realized later on that it is a really good map. It's just that like the hate of seeing it in rotation for some reason, like 4 to 8 hours a day, every day, was just insanity. And it was always Splatoon's Museum. There must be some sort of bug with like the randomizer. Like, I don't know. It was really weird. Or someone at Nintendo just was really proud of their work with this map, so put it in rotation all the time on zones. Yeah.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Did you want something with more substance?
Yeah, like, I don't know. Did you know that the triple rotating platforms rotate 90 degrees?
Okay, no, stop.
Seconds?
Do you know, you know what weapon I think's good here?
What?
Splash-O-Matic. But but I do also, apart from Splash-O-Matic, because we all know that's quite good. I actually agree. I think Elite could put in some work. Do you want to explain why being the Charger resident?
Oh, I'm no longer a Charger resident, but I'm glad you remember, man. That touches my heart. Anyways, this map has, what's the word? Insane sightlines. So yeah, that's the entire reason. No, you can legitimately just stand on your plats as an E-leader at the start of the game. You can reach the enemy plats.
No, yeah.
You can reach... Huh?
No, I was just agreeing with you. Yeah, you continue. Yeah.
Agree with me then. I like it when you do that.
Affirmative noises. Yeah.
Affirmative noises. You can catch a flank that drops on the left side. Mm-hmm. If they drop to zone, you can get that pick as long as they're not taking cover. Yeah, slay. However, Splash-O-Matic.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. But I will say, the thing about this map, like, I agree with the sightlines, but it's not only that. Like, you were kind of like you talked about it briefly. You get these sightlines from normally very safe positions to where your team wants to play. So your team wants to push into their spawn. You can sit on mid and see all of their plats, so you can be supporting your team. And then if they're going to start pushing you can easily back up to your plat. And then they're playing around mid. You can watch all of mid, again, from a pretty safe position. So I do like it. Yeah, it can be a harder weapon to pull off in this meta. But one of the reasons I'm bringing it up as well is it does seem like we have a lot of Elite lovers in the low ink gang. We've seen already 100% pick rate per maps today. Oh, no, not per maps, per teams. Per team 1v1s. Per set. Yeah, you know I'm getting it. You know I'm getting it.
Yeah. Come on.
You know me?
I do know you, Matt. I do know you. And I absolutely adore your microphone. It's good.
Joey's go back to the other one.
No, I don't know. Honestly, they both have their own shortcomings, and
what's the shortcoming of this one? I think it's just my computer.
It cuts out a lot. It might be a computer.
Yeah, that's my laptop being literally a pile of shit.
All right.
Sorry.
Well, what do you?
I didn't mean to do that. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Don't repeat any words you hear. I'm so sorry. I got lost.
I think you're a Splatalot imbecile. That's what I think of you. But you're also the sunrise to my night.
You're the sunrise to my Splatalot Imbeciles, which is the set we're gonna be watching.
You just copied my joke.
No, but you didn't say Splatalot Imbeciles. It's like
I did. I called you
I
a
did hear.
Splatalot imbecile.
I wasn't really listening to you.
Oh, you know what? You better. I was gonna make a pun off of the players' names, but I couldn't find anything.
Okay.
Okay, Matt. Well, Museum d'Alfonsino. You know what weapon I really rate? It's not a map exclusive. You know what weapon I really rate right now? Stamper. And I think more people should be playing this weapon in the West.
Oh, yeah. It's a tricky one though. Not a simple one to play.
It's not simple, but it is, in my opinion, the strongest weapon in the game right now. Easily.
Really?
Yes. Easily.
I disagree.
Okay. Well, we're not all the same, so.
I think that's dumb. I think it might have the best raw killing power, but I don't think it's the best weapon.
I do.
Okay, well.
Well, can we agree to disagree?
No.
Yeah, I was gonna say the same. I don't want to agree.
I'm gonna sit you down and change
I
it.
think you're wrong. All right.
Okay.
I thought you were gonna say something.
Why is
I'm
Katana
sorry.
Wiper the best weapon in the game?
Because I said so, obviously. And
Oh my god,
two,
there's 9 people in the lobby. I think we're gonna play soon.
We might. Do you want to play, Matt?
You wanna do some run bats?
No. Do you want to play open? Do you want to run some open right now?
No.
I got nothing going on.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Chill.
Okay. Anyways,
You see me right now?
2023, baby, January, first low ink of this year, and you're watching IPL Splatoon. This is
Follow them on Twitter. Follow them on Twitch.
Splatoon at
Have you subbed?
IPL.
Guys, check your Twitch Prime. Come on. Check them.
Yeah, come on. And
Check
if,
'em, check 'em.
if you sub, we will do I'm Duracell.
Okay. We end the block in 1 hour. If we get 15 subs before the block ends, I will post a video of me doing a funny dance on Twitter.
Oh, guys, I want to watch this funny dance. I really do. Okay, you can't see it right now because we're not running webcams today, but I've got a smile from ear to ear because I want to watch.
It's weird.
Ear to ear, that's a big smile.
That's so big.
Yeah, it's a big smile.
Yo. Wow's Rooney. Wayne Rooney.
God. You're pulling out the big words tonight.
Wow's Rooney. Wayne Rooney.
Wowzer Rooney's a good team. Team? Is it a team?
No, it's just a word. Just like I say.
Is it a word? I'm confused. I get nervous around you.
No,
man.
it's not. It's just like Wow's Rooney. It's like I say. So I'm like, I'm quirky.
Oh, you're quirky, but you're no imbecile, right?
No.
Yeah, because the imbeciles today are Splatalot imbeciles playing against Sunrise in map 1 of Museum d'Alfonsino. 90 seconds on the clock. Pick your weapons. Pick your clothes. We're going into the museum.
Oh wait, you mean gear? I just thought you meant. Sorry, it's been a long time. My brain. Okay, need to stop being silly. Let's exit silly mode.
Exit silly mode? Alright, let me
Exiting silly mode.
let me backslash exit S mode. Enter. Alright.
Slash game mode 0. I'm now.
No, isn't that enter silly mode Splatoon Lily gifted a tier sub to Popgun.
Whoa!
It's time after, not right now, because now we're exiting silly mode. Matthew Fox.
What?
Matt Ninja. Okay, no. Matt Ninja, Duracell, Splatalot Imbeciles. Sunrise, serious mode. Splatoon,
Splatoon, Museum, Delphi, and Xeno. Let's go.
Right, let's
so what are we going to see here? Are we going to see... Oh, yeah, and Alita!
Really?
Oh my god, it's actually a mirror. That's really interesting. And your favorite weapon, the stamp. Okay, so we've got stamp and splash here. So this game decides entirely which weapon's better. This one game between these two teams.
This is the me versus you game.
Yeah, so I'm really supporting the Splatalot idiots here. I can't be biased, but I'm going to be biased today because Splash-O-Matic is going to dominate and show why it's the best weapon in the game.
Well, funny you say that because we are 20 seconds in, and it seems like Sunrise does have the early control of the zone. No picks from either team, but no, it's now in favor. Oh, they got a trade, so now it is a 3v2 in favor of the Splatalot Imbeciles. They do have the double wave breaker on the zone. This is going to be elite. I assume this is going to be quite elite right now, Matt.
And Splatalot Imbeciles, let me tell you, they've got some great He's on control and controlling with it. And oh, there you get that pick right there. So it is looking fantastic. The Splatalot Wiper forced to jump. Splatalot Stamper forced to jump out. And they do have the Tri-Strike at the ready. I wonder if they know the funny technical fully cap zone. They don't have the CDS there. They're just going to throw them separately. Fair dues, you do you. And they're going to get some pressure onto zone and start pushing forwards with it. Gal on this right side is going to be pushing into these two people, and actually is going to be in that front. There's a splash, but forced backwards now. But it is going to be Sunrise being able to cap the zone, regardless of the fact they've not been able to get any picks. But actually, it will be their 10-sec player going down. The Tri-Strike's going to get sent onto zone. Definitely going to be Splatalot. We take zone. Lita very, very far up, very, very aggressive right now. Does get taken out for it, and it does look like it's going to be the Splatalot idiots winning out this scrap here. But it actually, we do have a nice little pick on the sidelines from, I believe, the 52 gal, and they're looking for a little flank.
Yeah, I really like the opportunity that the 52 gal player tried to seize there, popping that killer whale, even though they were alone in the map. But it did apply some pressure, and it allowed for this team to hold mid for a bit more time. And now Rexy being reckless maybe here, trying to push onto that right side, but no, they come back, they assess the threat, they assess the situation. This is such a scrappy game, Matt. It's a fight.
It is. I got quite scared that like Rexy was playing a bit too much for Twitter clips. Like, love that any time of the day, but when you're in a tournament, we got to chill. Got to take the chill pill. Chill pill's been taken, and now we see Sunrise just chilling around zone and trying to keep themselves up. But actually, big flank, I believe, from the 10 tech. Yep, but will be taken down by the Stamper. Now just chilling here and trying to get some pressure and some chip onto zone. There will be a drop from the left side. They're getting a lot of damage onto the Stamper. Actually taking them out. That's from the CDS. The Gal trying to take a fight, but it is actually giving the lead from Sunrise. They do get two people down, and his trade goes through. So it will be the Splatalot idiots getting better control right now, and they are in control of mid, but they really don't want to lose anyone else. I'd say don't play too aggressive, just try and get a good control setup. However, 2 picks, I'm eating my words because the Splatalot idiots are getting all the way into the plat, and Tri-Strike being forced just to get out of their spawn.
Yeah, this Splatalot Imbeciles, Matt. Don't call them idiots. Come on.
Huh?
You call them idiots. They're the imbeciles. Man.
That's what I said.
Okay. I don't think so. Anyways, jumping Rexy, assessing the situation there, and the Splatalot Imbeciles are in a very good position to KO this map, Matt. They need to make a move really fast, but in a 2v4 scenario, I think this is just going to be KO.
Yeah, that's going to be KO. Nothing can take it back. And it is going to be Splatoon's Museum Delfalcino going to the side of the Splatalot Imbeciles, as I was saying. And they will be going up in the series 1-0. Best of 3. So only one more game needed. And I think, as we said, I think we said it, but I'm not sure. So I'm just going to clarify now for the people watching over at home.
Oh, no.
I'm pretty sure the winner will move on to the Alpha bracket. So it's a big game for, the gang.
Yeah.
And, both gangs. But it was a close one. And I could definitely see some... Right, potentially making it so we're not just watching 2-0s all day. But no, really well done by both sides. Unfortunately, Splash-O-Matic is better than Splatalot Wiper. So Splatalot Stamp.
Splatalot Stamper. Getting picked in that game right after I said that it was the best weapon in the game. Unfortunately, losing the game, but that does not matter right now because you can't be thinking of the past games that you've lost. You need to be thinking of the next map and what you can do to win and to keep your team in the game. Because as you said, winner moves on to Alpha bracket, and that is what you should be set on doing right now. So tower control Undertow Spillway, I hope Sunrise brings their A game for this map, because this could very well be the first game 3 we see today in Lorne.
Yeah. Could be.
Could be. I can't tell you. These teams need to tell both of us. So, yeah.
Okay.
Beginner's mistake. It's common, you know. Anyway, Star Control, Undertow, Spillway. We just, no, we didn't. I was gonna say we just saw this map. That was Eel Tail.
You fool! Anyway, I will say, you're picking up this whole Splatalot wiper thing. I've got to say, it seems like a cool map for it. Like, I'm not gonna lie. I've not touched this game in a while, so I don't actually know what maps it's good on. But it just gives me the vibe of like a map that's Splatalot wiper. I will never forgive Surf and Turf for picking wiper earlier, because they just on my mind. It's just all I can think about. They've actually plagued my brain. They've rotted my brain fully. Anyway, Stamper. The Stampy Wampy is going to get picked, hopefully, and do some cool work so we can see Game 3.
Yes, correct. Anyways, talking about this map, we do see point number 1 there, watch for uneven terrain. And that kind of seems to be the theme of this map. Weapons like the Tetra Dualies, which has been gaining quite a bit of traction this last patch, because, you know, it's a good matchup against shooters. Yeah, it did. They slightly buffed, what's it called? Reef Slider with, I believe, was it half a second of iframes right after the explosion?
You're kidding me.
Yeah, they did. So, yeah. But unfortunately, this does seem to be the worst map for Tetras. And I don't think any of these teams, or either of these teams, would have picked that weapon anyways. I do expect to see the backline picks, and maybe the Stamper, and a lot of shooters. Still, hopefully, the 52 gal, which I do rate a lot, and that is one E-liter.
Boom! No Stamper. No splash. No Stamper. Oh wait, there's a splash. T. I'm trolling. There's a splash.
No splash over on the side of Sunrise.
Oh yeah. But they didn't pick it last game either. But what I am interested, they go with the double tri-striker. And they're playing some day 1 there with that wave breaker charger, which is very popular early on, and it's gone. And Splatalot idiots are going to be pushing up. I am saying it. Splatalot Imbeciles are going to be pushing up now. 2 of them trying to get those on the left side. The grab tank isn't ready, but we've got a lot of pressure trying to force them back. I like these explode shots being used really well. Takes out our one. We've got a lot of pressure on the others, but surrounded by Sam, all the teammates are going down. So, but they might get the first checkpoint regardless, because it looks like Sunrise aren't really paying attention to the guy on tower. And yeah. The one dude on tower is just making progress, and now all the rest of the Imbeciles are coming along to help out. That's a really nice checkpoint break, considering that they weren't really getting much traction.
Yeah, I mean, it is quite an easy checkpoint to break. It's like literally in front of the spawn point for the tower. But still, good on you for breaking that, because you do need to break it in order to push more. Fern here having a bit of a hard time climbing the tower and realizing, oh, maybe I need to back up, and good on you. That was good. That's good.
Maybe I need to back up. From the tri-strike right now, says Sam, as they do move forwards, and they are living some nice rolls, and the crab tank is going to get popped. Maybe I need to pop this crab tank and get a splatter, and they do, but they do get taken out, unfortunately, by Rexy on the side, and now playing this charger, again in an aggressive position, which going to be interesting by just getting a bomb over. If they realize it's a charger, they can run it. Yeah. They're like, what's throwing bombs at me? And they realize we can just run it down. Oh, wait, is that Rexy on the... Oh, I'm wrong. Rex is on the shot. Oh, sorry. Anyway, Bridget's going to be trying to look some leak shots on mid now as they leak spawn, and the push is going inside of the Splatalot Imbeciles, which are probably going to break this second checkpoint, a much more impactful one than the first.
Yeah, much more. This is the part of the map where it really starts to snowball. Fortunately for Sunrise here, Rexy did get a pick there to stop the push, and this tower is moving quite fast back into mid. There's one pick still coming for the side of Splatalot Imbeciles, and this could be the start of a good push. That's good positioning for the 52 to be in.
A lot of special team pops.
Yeah, a lot of specials, but the E-Leader does go down. Not the E-Leader, the Splatter Scope. 2 players going down on the side of Sunrise. This looks like the end of the push, but just like that, they turn. It's only the E-Leader left alive on Splatalot Imbeciles, and they are bringing this tower right back to the second checkpoint, and Bridget does get caught out.
That's an important pick.
That is a very, very important pick, and with this very aggressive positioning from Sunrise, that's probably going to be lead, and probably going to be a very strong lead in the future.
I really like that from Sunrise. I got really scared because when you pop all your specials, you want to find immediate value. They didn't, but they were able to turn the fight. 52 got some really nice picks, and they were able to get a really big lead here of 12. But it's still a scrappy fight, so it could go either way. And in fact, the Splatalot Imbeciles are going down. Burst bombs slid through the vac, and he's able to take one down. And Wooshby the Charger sitting on mid, and now they're going to be a sitting duck after that shot goes off. And Sam's just going to walk forwards into the Splash-O-Matic into their spawn. Got to be a bit careful, is left alone, but Crab Tags at the ready. I wonder if they're going to try and pop it here and get some value. In fact, 52 Gav goes down on the other side of the map, so the Splatalot Imbeciles are in a pretty good situation to get a push set up here. And you know, this could definitely snowball out of control if you're not careful on the side of Sunrise. Strikes are being popped, putting a lot of pressure on, and actually does get the pick on Felita. That's really big. Rexy up on him. The CDS does go down on the other side of the map. So those exploit shots from the Crab Tagger trying to put pressure on Rexy, but not quite hitting the mark. And in fact, it does. The Splatalot Idiots still keeping up this big push. Forced to play really passive there, and now it's going into their spawn, but someone needs to get on the tower. It's going to mid.
Yeah, Splatalot Idiots kind of leaving the tower alone. Now they do have the triple wing strike, and they just reached this third checkpoint. They could easily get lead here, but with that Dewey Spelter and the E-Leader going down, that's 3 players down. That is the end of that push. Only 1 minute left here, and Sunrise, they just need to defend, and they've been doing it quite well. They have the both triple wing strikes ready. They have the killer whale that they can either use to defend or engage the opposing team. They popped 2 of these specials, keeping the third or the second triple ink strike there, maybe holding it for defense. And in 40 seconds, I think this is going to get very scrappy once again. Match Splatalot Imbeciles needs to make a move in this 3v1 scenario. Sunrise, this is not good for you at all.
Nope, it's not. But to be fair, there's only 30 seconds left, and Rexy oh, actually gets it to late. You'd much rather get taken out faster than later, because now it's going to take you longer to get back into the fight. I was going to say nice conserving the triple A strike, but they've been taken out now. Wave Breaker's also going to be alive, but 2 people go down, including your Crab Tag. There's a few huge packs, and now Bridget is going to need to hit every shot in the world and every single tap shot. So, yeah, it's looking over. It's looking like Sunrise have secured this second game, unless a miracle is pulled off. Oh, but actually, wait, there are 2 shots on tower. When did they get there? But the tri-strike's been popped on tower, but no one can get to it in time. It's Charger. No. Down to 18, 17, and what happened? What happened? What happened? What happened? What just happened? What just happened?
So, Matt, they all got picked off. They did get a triple ink strike down on the tower, maybe 2, but the opposing team just completely dodged it, went back to the tower, and surprise, surprise, the only member up on Sunrise was that Splatter Scope or Splat Charger. Does not matter right now. But a Charger against 2 shooters on the tower, that's game over. That is game over. What a clutch.
Wowza Rooney. That's a sort of moment that you say wowza Rooney, and it's more than wow, it's like wowza Rooney. Like, what a play by the Splatalot Imbeciles. I mean, I really just didn't see those shooters coming from the other side. I really thought it was over, but no, they managed to take that tower away from the Sunrise players and move it into a more favorable position to get their push going. You know, I was gonna say, I literally, I was preempting it. I was literally like buffering it in my head because I was ready for them to lose. And I was gonna say, I liked what the Splatalot Imbeciles did there, but I really wish that on their pushes they played more to the tower, because they were getting like a really good advantage, really good positioning in their early pushes. I'm not talking about the last one. In their early pushes, they were getting really good advantage positioning, but then sometimes they'd leave the tower a bit and just kind of drag away from it. And then when you're off by a few points, those few points really matter. And if you were helping it earlier, you would have won. But in that last push, they really did focus it. You know, when the overtime's ticking down, they realized it's all they need to do. They really did focus it. They managed to do that, and that was really nice to see from them. They took that set 2-0, another 2-0, unfortunately, but it was a really still fun one to watch. A really close one, despite the fact it was a 2-0. Does not tell the full story. Sunrise put in a lot of work there, and I think you know, unless something crazy happened in the brackets, but a lot of Imbeciles, thanks to that, should be reaching the top cut alpha bracket.
Yeah. So congratulations for that. We'll see you in the alpha bracket, as you just said. I just kind of repeated exactly what you just said, which is
you did.
Yeah, I did. My bad. I don't know. I like the things you say, man. I really do. Yeah. Almost as much. Go on. Go ahead.
Did you like it when I accidentally said annoying word on cast earlier? Did you like? I don't think I didn't like that.
No, me neither. I also don't appreciate that you're calling this team, the entire team, you're just calling them idiots. They're obviously
no. I adjusted myself, and you started calling them idiots. Like, I literally called you at one point. You said the idiots. Yeah.
Since you're wrong. Don't.
I'm gonna go back. It was like a push. It was like there was like a minute remaining, and you said the Splatalot idiots, and I was like, no way, you just did that.
No. I refuse. refuse. No. No. I refuse. This okay. While we find the clip, I'm gonna actually talk about important things. Unlike you just waffle on about nothing of interest. Nothing. So hear me out, Matt. Because Squids on Ice is a land, and it's happening. Okay, it's gonna be in Northeast Florida or South Georgia.
Way.
It's a local. It's on February 18th in
Next
Jacksonville.
month.
In
That's
Florida.
the day before my sister's birthday.
Oh, it's 8 days after my birthday. Fun fact.
Oh.
It's a
Anyway,
single day
continue.
event. It's a single day event, Matt. Okay?
Continue.
Okay. And then it opens at 6 p.m. for just socializing. You know, you're just kind of vibing. Hey, I play Splatoon. You play Splatoon.
Hey, I play Splatoon. No
and then
way.
after that, the Splatoon tournament, the actual event starts at 7. And tickets, I cannot speak. My God, tickets are now on sale. And you can also go there and you can grab some pizza, some drinks, some food just with your friends. Yeah, me too. Who doesn't? And yeah, if you want to support, if you're from Northeast Florida or South Georgia, or you just live near Jacksonville, Florida, or you just want to go, just definitely go support your locals because it's very important. You also get to make some friends IRL. Thumbs up for that.
You might make friends. As long as you shout for the event. I know there's a few cheeky ones of you out there that shout once a month. You might want to make your once a month the morning of this event.
Locals. Yeah.
Or no one's gonna be your friend.
Okay, maybe not so extreme, but anyways, if you guys want more details or if you have any questions, you should definitely head over and join the Squids on Ice Discord server, which should be pretty easy to find.
I think LANs are amazing. You know, I've been just chatting nothing, you know, this last month you've been going off, but genuinely, LANs are amazing. If you guys, you know, don't experience them, you want something more chill, a bit more casual, it can be intimidating going to a big fat LAN for the first time. Go to the local. Go to Jacksonville, Florida. I mean, like, why else would you go to Jacksonville, Florida? That seems like a scary place. So you might as well go for this LAN because there's a reason to go now. And then you can mark it off the states you visited. You've got a list in your room, don't you, with all the states you visited. You can add Florida now. Is Florida a state?
Yes. yes, man.
Sure. I didn't know if it was like a city or something. Sorry, I'm just making sure.
Okay. Well, anyways, are you going to Squids on Ice, Matt?
No.
Yeah, realistically, me neither. I would love to.
It's 1 month away. I have no money in my bank account. I'm doing you here. Oh yeah, let me just go to Jacksonville, Florida.
Jacksonville. Oh, Matt, it's like you don't listen. It's Squids on Ice, a LAN on February 18th in Jacksonville, Florida. Tickets are on sale right now for $20. Why don't you listen? Head over to the Discord for details, and if you have questions, that is Squids on Ice LAN in Jacksonville, February 18th. Tickets on sale, $20. And I won't say it again. If I have to say again that Squids on Ice will be held in Jacksonville, Florida, and the tickets are on sale now. It's going to be on 18th of February. If I have to say that one more time, I'm going to be
pissed. Whose Ville is it? Whose Ville is it hosted in?
Jacksonville! Oh, Matt. Oh.
Who is Jackson?
Oh, I don't know. But you know who I do know?
Me?
I do know you, but I also know Lowink, which is a tournament you're watching right now. So,
how many subs did we get since I said the thing?
Around 1.
Okay, guys, if we get 15 subs before the block ends, which is after this set, when me and Durham meet, we'll kiss.
What? I did not consent to this. No, I did.
15 subs.
All right.
You've got 30 minutes.
Hey. Anyways, I think now is a good enough time to take a short
go to Jacksonville, Florida.
Break.
Oh,
yes.
sorry, yeah.
Yes, Jacksonville, Squids on Ice, baby. No, we're going to take a short break. We'll catch you at the start of the Alpha Bracket, and you'll be joined by Matt once again, and yours truly once again.
For once, One.
One set. Only one. You only get us one more. We like to tease you a little bit, you know. Yeah. Anyways, see you in Jacksonville.
Yep, I'll be there.
Yeah. We're out, baby. See you in Alpha.
Are we?
Yeah. Hello guys, and welcome back to Low Ink. This is Low Ink. This is Low Ink.
Don't interrupt.
This is Low Ink.
Do not interrupt me.
This is Low Ink 2023, and it is January. That's the current month. This is the current month. Matt, where?
Huh? Did you just stop talking? I was making sure my Discord didn't cut. January 2023.
This is Low Ink.
Bracket round 1, top 16, single elimination.
Top 16, single elim, top Low Ink January. Matt, what are we watching?
We're watching top 16 alpha bracket, Low Ink, January 2023, single elimination, top 16. And these teams are Photic Zone? Wait,
it's Photic. Honestly, it should come from Photon, right? So Photic.
No, I can't see the names. I'm watching the other stream. You've got to give me the names.
Okay, well, it's Photic Zone versus Lullaby. Okay. So the quick statistics on these teams, Matt. And this is serious time. Serious time.
I love stats.
Yeah. Photic Zone went 2-1 win-loss wise in their group stage of top 32, in which they qualified, obviously, for top 16 and alpha bracket here, while Lullaby also went 2-1 win-loss ratio-wise. So yeah, here we go. Here we are. This is a best of 5 match.
Well, it's more like, what do I not want to see?
What do you not
want to see? 3-0. So far, every game today's been a sweep, and personally, I'm sick of it. I'm sick of this.
Well, it is a best of 5, so at least it cannot be a 2-0.
It would be a 3-0 instead.
It would be a 3-0 instead. Unlikely to happen. It is a 2-0 right now.
Oh,
right now.
I like this. Okay. We got Explosion plus Carbon Deco. Carbon Deco's the one with Burst Bomb, right? So we got some little chip combinations going along, and the Splash, like double Burst Bomb Explo, and Torp, and oh my. Now that is a cheeky comp. That is a cheeky team comp. I want to see how it plays out.
I think it's a cheeky comp too coming out from Lullaby here. I do love to see an Explo. I also do love to see a Carbon. This is the Carbon Deco, a kit that's very reminiscent of the Splatoon 1 version of this weapon here. Ooh, diving this Splatoon. I like that play quite a lot, but now getting caught out by this shooter player in the opposing team who does outrange the Carbon. Now Lullaby, this is a bad situation. Early game, 30 seconds in, they don't have any points barely on the scoreboard right now, Matt. But yeah, but they need to hold on to the zone, and it seems like they will, especially with a couple more picks going out in their favor.
Yeah, they will. And this is now Lullaby getting what they want, which is control the zone and getting that Carbon under the drops. Carbon under these drops, really annoying to play against. Yep, boom, down goes the shot. They're down now into a 4v3 situation. They're still controlling all of mid, and they're into a 4v2 situation. This comb's so good on this map. You can just hold middle, spam burst bombs, stay under the drops, get some chip onto the plat. Imagine how annoying it would be walking onto your own plat against this comp. Then you've got a crab tank just coming along, like, it's just not okay. It is not moral. It's not moral what they're doing right now.
I agree, but I mean, Triple Ink striking the zone might not be moral either, but I mean, in a situation when there's, 10 seconds left on the counter, you kind of need to do anything in your hands to stop the opposing team. That was a devious first game. It was. I don't think I've quite processed how fast that was, because that is this is Plat Zones, but it might as well just be called Photic Zone.
Hey, but you know what? But you know what's going on? Also, I'm pretty sure that's Lullaby, this one, right?
No, you're wrong.
I thought you said Lullaby had a devious comp. I was saying these guys had a devious comp. Did you lie to me at the start of the game?
I like both comps. I don't know.
Okay, whatever. Anyway, Photic Zone, yeah. Boom. Wowzeroonie. But you know what's so great about this format in top 16 alpha bracket? Do you want to know?
What is it? Is it the counter picks?
You spoiled it! I wanted to be the one to say it. I wanted to have... Yeah,
well, explain how they work then. Explain how they work.
Thunder.
I don't know how they work, Matt.
You can counter by picking a map mode that you want to play on. I'm guessing there's some sort of pool. That's what the kids like to do nowadays. But, you know, they're going to pick a map mode. They're going to be like, boom, you know, we have an advantage on this one. Oh, you like playing Carbon, do you? Boom! Boom! Albacore Hotel. Unfortunately, that's in Splatoon 2, so we're not going to see that map. I don't really know what maps are bad for carbon in this game, so but imagine Albacore was in the game. That'd be crazy. So you know they can pick something, but if they win on it, they can't pick it again later. So for example, these guys that just won Photic Zonies, if they get a counter pick later, oh, they're not picking Zones Inkling Academy. I'm telling you that right now because they're not allowed. They'll get disqualified.
They would get disqualified. Unfortunately for them, they can't actually get disqualified because they're on stream, and obviously stream wouldn't let them pick the wrong maps or defy the rules.
I would.
So, me too. I would let that happen just so I could DQ them on stream. That would be the ultimate power play.
And I think IPL should do the same.
Me too. Okay, I know JPEG and Popgun and all of the heads are in chat right now. I need you to make this happen. Just, actually, not only let them defy the rules, just kind of nudge them that way. Like, oh, you know, you can pick Splatoon.
See what happens if you try picking Splatoon blood. Just see what happens. Anyway, can we actually talk about the counter pick rather than being absolute morons, buffoons? It's Splatoon's Bright Wall Springs. This was the new map introduced into the new patch, which basically means I played it like once. But on day one, I played that map and I was instantly like, wow, Explo seems good here. Don't know if that still holds up to today's standards, but that's the vibe that I get. You just kind of sit back and cover the entire zone and paint it in like 3 shots. So I'm expecting another exploit mirror. My question is to you: do you think Carbon's good here? Because you got a lot of sightlines onto the mid. You might be able to take it out, but at the same time, I feel like if you get onto that side of the map, under the ledges, Carbon could just do the same devious acts it was doing last game.
Okay, all right. So, I'll before I comment on the Carbon thing, I will comment on the Expo thing. So, first off, I do think what you said did contain and have a beautiful sentiment, right? Unluckily for all the Expo users, this map seems to be the Charger Haven amongst many in this game. But this would be the ultimate Charger Haven. So I don't know if this if Lullaby does have a Charger player. If they do, I definitely want to see it getting picked.
Why don't we just see her?
Okay, why don't we see? Shut me up then. Explo and then
Flingza.
I do like the Flingza pick, and that's okay. You win.
You know what? Brush is kind of cool, Zaruni here, because you could just kind of like run at the Explo. Full stop. End of sentence. End of sentiment. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean. However, this brush player,
the brush right here,
the brush. This is the best.
What are they cooking?
No, it works because that was the ultimate shot. It worked because see what they actually accomplished with that is that we didn't get to see the actual game. So now it's like it's a brand new game, and Photic Zone does have control of this zone. And they have a lot of control over the enemy area. They do have this sharking potential on this left side map. This is very dangerous. And I know you haven't seen this map quite a lot, but that is a very good position to be in. This Brush doing the same thing once again, but this time maybe catching the Expo, not really doing it. Quite a good effort though, but you know, Lullaby kind of needs
love this Brush player.
Get the zone. Okay.
I really like this flag play. I think it could work out. Unfortunately, I think that right now the team's just got to focus on getting their special together and getting pushed onto zone because those points are draining fast. Like, it's already down to 30 in the first minute. That's really, really unfortunate. The brush goes down now, and it will be Skyen just pushing up with the shot. Luckily, they do get the turn. All right, it looks like they'll be losing this fight, like, player for player, or they potentially could turn it. But, you know, getting the zone cap is huge because you want to get those penalty points up. It was looking like a really scary situation. But now it is going to be the yellow side just moving back on. Meowers is going to be diving with this brush and potentially getting them so weak, but not quite finding the pick, and actually does go down to the Flings. Are very well played by them, but it is still going to be that side, the purple side, I want to say Lullaby, in control of the zones right now. So it is looking good for them, especially with their Expo self, just able to spam and chip onto their side of the map, which will hopefully enable, you know, your Splash to also chip, your Brush to run up and get some picks. We'll see how that works out for them and Crystal.
Yeah, with this Inkstorm coming out from the side of Photic Zone, it does seem like Lullaby should recede some ground, but with 2 picks, even in a 2v3 scenario, I think this is very good. They didn't let the enemy team cap, unluckily, but with this Crab Tank getting a pick and an assisted pick as well, and with that Killer Whale coming out from the rush, they push onto the enemy side of the map, looking to extend their control. And This is a very good position. However, the opposing team does have a trap tank ready, and that's going to be crucial to flip this on.
They do reveal themselves as Flap over there now, getting the push up. I like this play. They do get the one, but it is going to be a trade. But still, you do divert their attention to the zone and get a pick out of it. So I do like that play from Meows. It is now going to be silly trying to push up into this crab tank, so it is going to be a scary situation. You really don't want to lose the zone here if you're Lullaby, but they do. Even if they win this fight, those penalty points are going to be a real nuisance because you definitely could have got a lead there. I think they needed to keep control of that zone in that fight there. Again, they do get a nice advantage here, and although they lose Meows, I think they're still in a nice situation to turn this. Especially going on the offensive here, just saying, you know, okay, if we're one down, let's just try and go into your base and take people out. Fortunately, giving up zone due to it, and they do lose their Splash-O-Matic player, so now Skyen's going to have to back up. And it looks like it will be Photic's zone getting back in control of it, but there were some glimmers of hope there for Lullaby, and they've clearly got, you know, a good grip of what's going on. It's going to be nice to see if they have to capitalize here. Probably leaving Storm early, so they're going to try and capitalize off that, and the Explode play does go down on the other side.
Yeah, Expo going down there. Not as important as I thought it would have been there. He's quickly back. And they did get, yeah, no, the T-Tech does get quite a good trade. That means no killer whale to counter this crab tank that will get popped promptly there. It is. Or am I crazy? No, there it is. I don't think Lullaby can hold on to this zone for much longer. Unless they get a few specials in, they do get the whale and the ink storm. There's a bit of a fight going on. Meows does go down, so it's a 3v4, 3v3 now, 3v2. Key, very, very key flank there from Skyen. And this could be what Lullaby needs to just keep control of the zone and get this lead.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the Expo player getting taken down early there. They will be left in 3v4, but the penalties has gone down. They've lost 2 though, and the tri-strikes. Yeah, that's going to be unfortunately Photic zone are going to be getting back control, popping those missiles as well, just getting that extra pressure. Luckily, Skyen's able to get out of there. In fact, everyone's jumping out. So they're like, okay, full reset. Let's just get our specials together, get a grip, and let's get back into zone. They have this crab tank at the ready and the Trizuka. Meows is on the flank once again. They're going to try and look to find for a situation here. They're close to the killer whale. Even if they get some distraction, yeah, they manage to. In fact, the Expo player gets drawn down, but unfortunately, they get taken out. Still, though, they have drawn them away from zone. They've allowed their team to capture. Potentially, this could end up well if the side of Lullaby are able to control the mid and use it to their best advantage with the the distraction that Meow's got them. And even though no one's been taken out yet, it was a long enough period of time for them to get good control. Unfortunately, Meow's taken out once again, and Skyen going down too. Very nice from Silly, and it will actually be Photic zone in the last few seconds of the game, still in control. It's not looking good for the side of Lullaby, but a nice effort nevertheless, going into the last 3 seconds, and it will be Photic zone with a nice clean game. Going up in the series 2-0 in this best of 5, we're going to need a reverse sweep coming out from Lullaby. I will say, early on in the game, I was wondering what was going on with that cheeky little flank, but I do like it, because you don't see the ink, so you don't know they're there. It didn't quite pay off, every time, but I do think that going for it every single time did draw people away from zone, and even if they know you're, doing it, what are they going to do to stop you? Yeah, they'll take the fight and potentially win it, but they are being drawn away from zone every single time, because it's such an abstract area, so I kind of liked what they were going for. Unfortunately, it was kind of just counterplayed every single time by Photic, as they got a lot of the picks, they won a lot of the engagements, and when it came down to it, they were able to, to take the zone out of Lullaby's control so many times, even when they weren't winning the fight.
I do want to say that I did not expect that game to be that close, judging from the start of it. Maybe if Lullaby got their act together a bit sooner, they could have gotten the lead. And it seemed like it was very close when it came to cap, uncap, flip the zone. So yeah, around the 2-minute mark, or at 2 minutes left rather, it seemed like the team that had the lead would have won the game, because no team was actually actively holding the zone for that long. So, yeah. Unfortunately, though, we did see a lot of times that the brush player did go down. That is Meows, unfortunately for them. Nonetheless, very, very good effort. I just hope Lullaby is looking to pick a different mode right now. They've lost twice in a row in Splat.
Well, I don't know. I'm not saying they have to. I think that if they're confident on zones and they think that's where they excel, I think they can still go for it. Statistics-wise, they've lost every zones game, but the fact of the matter is that most likely, if they win this next game, then Photic are going to re-pick to zones anyway. But not so you need to be on the mode. But they do look solid on it. I think they just lost the game due to a couple of They just lost like one too many fights, or they lost track of zone one too many times. I don't actually think they're playing bad on zones. I don't think they have a matchup disadvantage on zones. I think they've just been falling short in a few areas. And if they're feeling comfortable on it, then I'm more than happy to see them go for it again. I'd be interested to see them pick something else, you know, see if they feel more comfortable somewhere else. But I'm not fully opposed to them going with zones again, which they actually will be, as we see zones Makomar being their choice this time.
Well, I guess you are right. It didn't really come down to the game mode, and it did come out to how they were playing. So hopefully they kind of get their head in the game, or their heads in the game, and they play this map a bit better than the previous
Just like the High School Musical song.
Yes, just like the High School.
Get your head in the game. Get your head in the game.
I mean, they could also.
Get your head in the game. You know that?
You done? You done?
No.
Are you done?
Sorry.
No. No? You're not done?
I'm done. Yeah.
Okay.
Are we going to see the Carbon return? I think the answer is yes.
Well, given the
think that's
status quo of the match, see what I did there? See what I did there, Matt? I see musical. See what I did there? To the status quo.
The things you know. I think we'll see Carbon again. I think that this is a bit of a scary pick. I was saying, you know, zones, go for it. You know, I was like, thumbs up emoji, Lullaby, take some zones. Bit scared about picking this map, because that Carbon Roller was a bit of a fiend in the first game, and you're deciding to face them once again on this map once again. It's a bit of a tricky one. So I'm going to have to see how they're going to decide to approach it. Maybe they've got a different weapon pick in mind, maybe they're just going to play differently, or maybe they're just like, you know what, screw the Carbon, we want to play to our game, we don't want to play around them and play around countering them and play around making them feel worse, we just want to make our team feel comfortable on a situation that we think we're going to thrive in, and maybe that is here for them.
Well, we will see in just about a couple seconds, and 3, 2, 1, that's a machine. Oh my...
3, 2, 1, that's not a Carbon, that's a machine.
No Carbon. Which is interesting, because Carbon is one of the most common elements of the periodic table. However, Michael Marks, we still see an Expo coming out from Lullaby. However, Photic Zone has opted to go for the Splatter Scope, which does have quite an easy time against an Expo. Luckily for them, they do have the splash that just went down that had the crab tank that feels so well with the charger. It seems like Photic Zone will get the early lead, already down to 80, which is not that big of a lead, honestly. But it's only going to keep going down as long as a Lullaby doesn't look to build their specials and actually push the zone. That is a very good pick, but instantly gets traded out by that crab tank. Booyah Bomb comes out from the side of Photic Zone now with the timer almost hitting 50. They need to start moving, and they didn't move with that Booyah Bomb, Matt. They need to make a move.
Yeah, they do. This big bubble going forwards on zone, I really like that, putting a lot of pressure on it. They do destroy it, and they will be able to get some progress. But look, they're taking so long to get the push time. They do get the pick now. Really nice guys. In fact, second, really good machine plays. And this should be a Lullaby getting the control. They just got to paint the zone.
There you go.
Okay, just got to paint the zone, but they do get it. They do actually go 2 down. Still, they've got control of mid. I like that. I think one big thing about Lullaby, they've got to be faster. It was the last map we saw it too. They let the other team get it down to 30 in the first minute and a half. Then they just played a really close match, but they had that disadvantage early on. They kind of let them do the same here. So they're going to have to play a really dominant game to keep this up now, which so far is looking good, pretty good for them. They've got to get their specials on the ready. They are very close to that crab tank. They do let the zone flip once again, but the crab tank's going to come out here, so hoping they'll turn this fight. Trying to get some chips onto the opponent's side. Someone's just trying to wait behind that block, but I think the Storm should hopefully flush them out. But unfortunately, again, nothing quite found. The zone needs to be turned in their favor. The machine now does go down on the side of Photic Zone, and Skyam's going to be trying to push up the Vice here, but getting a bit weak in the middle of the zone. But no, now pushing on to the Charger. This should be a secure pick or a jump out, good enough. And yeah, Lullaby getting some good control, but again, it's going to need to be a big one at all. Way too aggressive with the Charger sightline. Nice pick though to punish it.
Ooh, very nice snaps from Toasty here. Not sure if this, in fact, was needed right now. They did have the zone and most of the map already, but they're in a very good position now. They do have the lead. It's halfway through the game itself. They just got a pick onto the enemy machine, and they popped the Booyah. They really want to get this penalty down and a couple more points on the scoreboard. And there's not much that Lullaby can do to even touch them.
No, it's getting hard, but sitting on the side here is going to try and find something, but they're getting chipped away. What an unfortunate position, especially when you get Busy. That's nice coordination, following up Busy Bomb getting the pick onto that shard from the side, and yeah, I don't know. Oh, I was thinking of the wrong perspective. No, that was really nice play from Lullaby. Lullaby getting good control here, and now they've broken through the penalty. They're going to be able to get some progress here. A Booyah Bomb is ready, but the splash goes down. That's huge. No crab time to get this push through. As long as Crystal and the rest of the team can stay alive, this is looking quite good for the side of Lullaby finally.
They just gotta not get picked off by that ink back, and they don't. Machine gets a very good pick. This is such a strong position for Machine, but does get flanked out. They do have the lead. This could be Lullaby's chance to KO this map. They just need to get the pick onto this splash before they pop. Okay, never mind. No KO here, but they do have the lead. Splash has the crab tank. I do expect it to get popped instantly. There it is. 2 players on a Lullaby on this left side. One getting picked off by the crab tank, and that is 3 down. This is very dangerous because this penalty is not big at all. This lead could flip, and at the stage of the game, it could mean a knockout in favor of Photic Zone, Matt.
Yeah, it could mean, especially with that penalty being removed, but it does look like the flip is going to come through for Lullaby, which is nice. Storm could get popped, maybe a bit too preemptively, I'm not sure they need, but all Sky and get that nice trade because that was looking quite like a scary situation. Big Bubble is ready on the side of Photic Zone. They decided to cover pretty early on, just like on their side of the zone, bit of protection to get some paint down, but it's not a massive game changer you play. It wasn't super aggressive, and in fact, they will be losing their Splash Master player. They've got to keep looking at the zone on the side of Lullaby, so they did lose it a lot earlier, but jumping into the machine, getting taken out there is not going to be very good, and now it's looking pretty good for Photic Zone to get the recap in the last 30 seconds, and they could definitely turn this game if they just control this for the rest of it. Wow.
Yeah, Photic Zone Machine, I'm pretty sure, just got all 4 members just by himself, and that's really good. Wazaruni, indeed, that is really good. Holding this lead, only 20 seconds left. They definitely could take the lead here, and the series moving on to round 2 of this alpha bracket. There's 1 down on Lullaby. You don't want to see this, not at all. Maybe they can cap, but it's only 2v4 and only 1 shooter. I think this is going to be game over. Photic Zone is going to take this and advance into round 2 of alpha bracket today.
Really well played by them. They managed to keep control of the zone and secure the game. That was looking really scary, and it looked like the Lullaby were going to turn the series, but Photic Zone in the end were able to keep it together. I think the Lullaby just had there's just a couple of key plays in all of those games. If they just changed, they would have definitely, won this, but really, really well played by Photic Zone to, be the more consistent team, taking the series 3-0 and winning those small little plays to get the victory. Well played by them. I like that. Thumbs up, Richie.
Oh. Ooh, nice, thumbs up. All
cool.
That was a good set. Unfortunately, we got all sweeps today in our time in Lowing.
Yeah.
Very sad. But this was a good set, and I think Lullaby, given different circumstances, if they had played a bit faster, as you were saying earlier, they definitely could have taken at least 1 game, maybe 2, and maybe even the series. But that's not up for us to decide. And it's over. Anyways, Matt, I think this might be it for us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sad, but I'm also happy. Do you know why?
Why? Why is that?
Oh wait, so my.
No.
1 sec. Everything's breaking.
Hello. No.
Hello.
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 Oh,
We can
okay,
hear you.
I'm sad, but I'm happy. Do you know why?
Why?
Because we're going to be replaced by 2 beautiful people.
Oh, I was gonna
Do you
say
wanna
that.
tell
You stole it.
Do you want to tell me who they are? Do you want to tell me who they are?
Okay.
Who?
So, for round 2, after this short break, very short, don't leave. You're gonna be
really
graced
long.
with the presence of a pop gun, Mr. Lowing. Mr. Pop Gun. I love that guy. Great guy. And also, do you want to introduce the other guy? See? Eh?
No. Oh, you can take it.
Okay.
You deserve it. You deserve it.
Guys, this is an old name that has come back, and you all know it. They've been casting for a long time. They're very good. They're very interesting. They're very well with Pop Gun. It is a Walkie Walkman.
Who?
It's Walkie.
I'm just kidding. It's Walkie Walkman. Oh my god! It's name subject to change Walkie. They never did change that name. It still might change. Name subject to change Walkie.
I know what unchanged. All right.
He's gonna do some casting with Pop Gun. That's gonna be really cool.
Yeah. So don't leave. After this short break, that is going to be it for Matt and I. Matt, where can the people find you if they haven't?
I just want to say, remember that if I can't get my custom Pokemon Showdown avatar, then we need to boycott IPL. That's all I want to say. I don't really care about you finding me. I just want to say that if the avatar isn't received, then we're all going to boycott IPL. Everyone.
Well, I do care about how to find me, so...
You egotistical.
Yeah. You can find me over at Twitter at Duracell_DLC, and you can find Mr. Max, my great casting partner for today, on Twitter as well at Ninja, as you can, or just type / Mike, and that is it for us. Closing thoughts, Matt? Nothing? That's what I thought. So goodbye.
No, what?
Okay.
No.
Fast! We're taking a short break. Come on!
What? You're interrupting me! I just wanted to say that it's been a pleasure. I just wanted to thank IPL, and we should check out IPL more importantly. I want everyone in chat to say their favourite integer. Let me know what it is, and I will judge you as a person based on it.
Production, take us out. Production, cut us off.
Take me home. Take me home.
Take me home, country roads. To the place I belong.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to Low Ink January 2023. I am Popgun, joined by the Walkie, and we are going to cruise on into Alpha Bracket. I almost said winners, but we don't have a winners. This is a single elimination bracket. We don't have any room for losers in this bracket here. You lose, you get out, and you watch the stream. Walkie, we have Red Pacific, who always makes Alpha Bracket. I believe this is their third consecutive month making Alpha Bracket, taking on the Sanguine Seas, a team that technically finished in third place last month.
Yep, two pretty damn great teams here. You know, I'm an avid listener of the Popcast, and both of these teams made it into your top 5 rankings. Right. Sanguine Seas, you predicted it would actually win the entire event. So they've got a lot of pressure, especially in that single elimination situation, like you mentioned there. And then Red Pacific was in the top 4, so they're a team that could make a nice stance for themselves in last round, going 3-1 up against Alliance of the Dam, another strong Low Ink regular. So both of these teams have a lot of potential to take it, and it's, you know, in some ways a little sad that they have to verse each other in round 2.
Yeah, the bottom half of the bracket is kind of stacked. Now, it's based off of seeding. It's as perfectly seeded as we could possibly do. We've received some feedback on how we seed into out of groups into Alpha Bracket. Everything's perfectly calculated. But you mentioned me kind of hyping these teams up on my stream. That's never a good thing. Teams that I give hype in my top 10 always play historically bad in Low Ink. In fact, whoever they'll play grand finals. Yeah.
One of them has to win here, so you can't be wrong.
50% chance of being good. The other 50% is going to look bad. And you can't go wrong with X-Splosh on this map, although E-Leader is pretty good if they can find a way to take out that X-Splosh.
Yeah, both of these weapons here just control mid so perfectly, having so much range and a lot of sight lines to really just deal with and help your teammates out as they're trying to fight for that zone here. We've already got Joey on the left side with that 52 gal, trying to push forward with another member. The sloshing machine, though, is going to get taken down. Joey wasn't really in great position to help them. Joey actually elected to retreat backwards as the members on the side of the purple team here are going to be taking the zone and the lead.
Yeah, lead going right out to Sanguine Seas. I hate playing this map in solo queue because the enemy anchors just sit on that wall and they don't do anything. They just sit up top there and never move. And whenever you get close to them, they just back up. But it's going to be difficult for that X-Splosh to get control and get comfy on top of that ledge like they want to, because that is a scoped E-Leader that is just going to be constantly poking at them. And even though they got picked off right there, you know they're just going to find ways to get right back and make sure Aquaria it finds ways to be uncomfortable. Right now, Sanguine Seas is dealing with Red Pacific pretty well.
Yeah, and you mentioned it right there. You got to try to make the X-Splosher feel a little uncomfortable, but right now they're not really feeling that. Finally, the Ink Strikes at least send them a little bit backwards, but nobody really able to follow up on that much is not going to really do too much to allow, you know, the members of Sanguine Seas to get pushed back here. And we've already got Red Pacific, rather, trying to get this zone. And they do manage to do so. That's their first kind of hold of this game. Let's see how long they could really hold it. But we've already got bombs coming out. 2 of their members going down. And this is not looking good for them at all. What if Wipeout? Yeah, no, they didn't get to control it at all.
Look, Mom, we capped the zone. All right, nice, honey. You got to hold on to it a little bit longer than that. That's going to be the difficult thing here. Yeah, this zone, you could sneeze on it and it stalls it completely. But it's so hard, unless you get a lockout or like a wipeout, it's going to be difficult for Red Pacific to get any kind of permanent points up onto the board here. Running right through an Ink Strike. I thought that thing got buffed. Okay, never mind. Instead, Gus takes care of all of them. Gus, I believe, does have a competitive Splatoon podcast, by the way. Interviews a couple of players. Doing pretty good on this machine, surviving through there, and finally, Red Pacific's able to do some permanent damage.
Yep, now they're moving on up, and this is exactly what you kind of wanted them to do, was once they get control, try to move forward on something. You can't just let the Explosion and the Crab Tank completely rain into the zone. You need to push up into them here, and that's kind of the big difference in both of these teams. When Red Sun takes control, they aren't able to move up forward, but when Sanguine Seas takes control, you see them always fighting that E-Leader, trying to push them back, and those are the big 2 differences we're seeing between these teams.
Yeah, it's exactly right. Whenever we've seen LX, they're constantly under duress. And look at the E-Leader, kind of arcing shots on that or the X-Splosh, just to say, arcing shots on that E-Leader right there and making sure LX can never really get established. And they're trying to push up here. Look at, that is, again, a scoped E-Leader, the longest range weapon in the game, trying to push up a little bit, trying to get established control in mid, and being added to the offensive. This is a pretty aggressive E-Leader, and if they can find ways to get established in mid, that could be the key to them getting a lockout going here, as they again have control zone.
Yeah, right now they do have that control, as you're mentioning here. And Alex is doing the right thing, throwing the shots up towards that plat area or snipe of the other team. Just needs the follow-up from a teammate or two and not really allow them to just paint and get their specials to get back in here. Sanguine Seas is going to be trying to get Joey a 2v1 situation. Joey's going to find themselves taken down. And once again, they just need a stronger hold if they want to hold onto the zone for the lead. They've only got about a minute or so left to get themselves back into this one, as we see Squash and another member of their team try to push forward and make a lot of pressure onto the side of Red Pacific.
I would like to see Red Pacific just calm down here a little bit. Yeah, it seems dire, but if you can just build up some specials, wait out that crab, find ways to get some splats, you'll find ways to flip the zone back to their favor. They did just that, but they need to get all the picks right now. Okay, forcing a player to jump out, that's the right play, and the last player gets taken care of as well. So finally, Red Pacific's in a position here, and basically at this point, they can't give control of the zone back. There's enough time for them to just take it right back if they do lose control of the zone, but they need to establish control of the lead right now. Otherwise, Sanguine Seas just has to do the same thing, build up their specials, but their crab gets taken care of before it can get popped, and now it's just Wicked wasting all the way through their Ink Strike. They're not going to have that back. This is looking really dire for Sanguine Seas.
Yes, Sanguine Seas really has to do something quick. Wicked needs to at least take out one of these members on the right side, or at least stall them out for the rest of the team. They do manage to stop the zone for a second, and they do have the double crab tank that might be able to secure them this zone, just keep up the pressure. But you see that Tenatech just painting around, staying alive, and trying to make things happen. We are into overtime, but no, Sanguine Seas is going to be able to cap it, and that's going to be Red Pacific taking a loss right at the end there when, you know, it seemed like they had a great chance.
It did, because they took care of the players on Sanguine Seas before they could pop Crab. But what I failed to remember is, oh yeah, you can just get Crab right back in just a few seconds as soon as you spawn right back in. So it actually kind of set up a situation to where they could do Crab at the same time instead of like a back-to-back Crab. So they're able to double down on the zone. And by the time you saw the Charger player pushing up yet again, realize that, hey, I'm just going to try to like control their entire alleyway, but then had to turn back around and frantically tap shot the zone just to put things down. So now you're at your E-Leader player out of position who can't really contribute anything other than just desperately trying to outpaint a couple of crabs. And at the end there, Sanguine Seas was just able to withstand everything and take game one.
Yeah, right there. Nice job from Sanguine Seas. I liked what Red Pacific was doing there towards the end. We saw once they got control of the zone near the end, Joey and Gus did push up on the 52 and the sloshing machines. You know, exactly what we wanted to see them do. Unfortunately, I think it was Joey who went down a little bit early in that fight, and then the rest of the team had to back up, allow them to paint up. The members of Sanguine Seas allowed them to paint up and get those crabs, as you were mentioning there. That kind of really sealed the deal. Yeah, they didn't really get too many picks with those crabs, but just the pressure from the crabs on both sides, shooting at the zone, plus the Explosher, without you being able to deal with it, that's just going to be the zone eventually for that team.
By the way, I know people in chat keep saying Red Sun ? And I know why you're doing that, Brush. It's because I have misspoken and called Red Pacific Red Sun in the past, Red Sun being a famous Loink team from 2021. And I'm pretty sure I have not said the word Red Sun so far. So, Brush, screw you, buddy. I'm not falling for it. I'm saying Red Pacific, and I've been saying it right this entire time. And they are opting to go Tower Control, Eeltail Alley. I don't think we're going to see that X-Splosh coming back out from Sanguine Seas. This is Red Pacific's counter pick. I think they just want to find ways to get their E-Leader going again. It's not like Red Pacific's comps anything super unique. I mean, it's T-Tech, it's Splash Machine, it's Charger. It's pretty bread and butter for where we're at right now. So it's not like they're picking this map because it gives them like a huge comp advantage over the other team. This might just be a comfort pick kind of thing, or maybe try to force Sanguine Seas off of some of the weapons they were using last time.
Yep, let's see what they elect to do here. As you mentioned, you know, the X-Splasher not too great on this map or in the mode either. Tower control, not really, the greatest mode to really throw up those explosion shots onto the tower, make something happen. They do elect to go with the E-leader and a squeezer, so they are mixing things up here. We've got an E-leader, squeezer, and then the dualies. I know it's still crab, but it's a different crab than we're used to, alongside that Splash-O-Matic to kind of round things out here. And then on the other side, the double Tenatech, and that's going to throw up those tri-strikes onto the tower, is going to force people off of it, which can be a really good thing to keep your pushes going or stop the enemy push, but it doesn't have that same staying power as we saw in like Splatoon 2 things where those stingrays definitely going to force them off. It's more of a gamble that you're going to throw those people off the tower, as we already see. Actually, Sanguine sees getting pushed back, and the first checkpoint was obliterated through. They're getting through the second one for sure, and they might even get to the third here. Popgun.
I don't think anyone from Red Pacific has died yet. They're halfway through. You got Joey sharking around the right side, so they got a great pincer situation going on. Goodbye, E-leader. Barely knew you, and that's Respawn Punisher. You might not be back in time to do anything. Another Ink Strike ready to go, but I believe they did splash one player on tower, so that will stall things out a little bit. The Dualies player able to get behind everything, as another Booyah Bomb is going to come down right here. Able to get a couple of more picks as well. Wicked with the Flingza, or the, I wanted to call out the foil Flingza. It's just a vanilla squeezer at this point. Trying to stay alive, arcing a lot of shots and bombs being flown their way. Can they hold on to this checkpoint is the question, and it looks like the answer is going to be, at least for a little bit longer, no. All three checkpoints fall. Finally a wipeout, but damage done. Red Pacific making a statement in the first minute and 30 seconds.
Yeah, that third checkpoint in particular is a pretty hard one to get through on this map, so nice strong opening push for Red Pacific, as they obviously showed this is a map that they feel very comfortable on. Now they just need to stay the course and play great defense. We already got two specials online for Sanguine Seas, and they're already pushing them back with that crab tank. Gonna just allow them to create that space, move on forward here, and the Splash-O-Matic spots one out, might be able to get in there with the teammate and make something happen, as they're already past that first checkpoint, moving on to the second. And if they're just able to keep up the space advantage that they have right here, the second checkpoint should be no problem. It's really gonna be on to what they can do at this third one.
Yeah, if you're Red Pacific, just build up specials and you shut this down, right? I mean, you got not just double Ink Strike, you also got Booyah Bomb. All three are GG, get off the tower or you're going to die specials. Instead, all those players are going down without popping any kind of specials at all, and it's Sanguine Seas that is going to take, at least maybe tie the game here by clearing this final checkpoint. Can the Splash get on the tower? And they do. It's just one T-Tech left, and that is lead in favor of Sanguine Seas, and that is the game. Goodbye. Where were the specials at?
That's sometimes you get too excited that you made a great strong opening push. You forget to just how to play defense there. As you mentioned it, all they really needed to do was have one or two members slow it down, take it easy, build up those specials to just force them off the tower, and at least create some time for yourself and allow those other aggressive players to move on forward. Unfortunately, they were not able to do that, and Sanguine Seas takes full advantage of the situation. With no specials being thrown their way, they just say, hey, we're just going to keep riding this thing until the end.
That game could have been the example we're all looking for, because this is the first big tournament since the new patch has come out. And everybody's pointing to, oh, Ink Strike's so much better now. We're going to see T-Techs across the board. You can't play Crab against against Ink Strike. Okay, well then you guys still have to get Ink Strikes, and you still have to use them. And just the refusal to build up those specials to completely counter those crabs. Instead, those crabs just had free range. You had one set up on the right side, the other one set up by the tower, just mow people down for free. Yeah, it might be the counter to Crab Tank, but you still have to find ways to build up those specials and actually use them. Red Pacific now forced to win, or else they're completely eliminated. They're going with Rainmaker and Undertow. I don't expect a comp change from them.
Yeah, probably not too much different. Obviously, I think they would keep the sloshing machine, possibly keep the charger, since that's what they've been running the entire set so far. And then the Tenatechs, both are good here. I don't know if you want to continue doing the double, but you have the bombs to put up the pressure onto the Rainmaker shield. You have the tri-strikes, which are going to help you pop it as well. So it's definitely a similar type comp we're expecting from them. And then I don't expect much different out of Sanguine Seas either. They've been rolling so far, doing pretty much whatever they wanted.
Yeah, and more importantly, they didn't panic. That last game, they had no business winning that last game straight up. But surrendering that huge lead early, they were still able to bounce back. That's going to give them a lot more confidence over the course of the set. If this were somehow to go to a game 4 or 5 and Red Pacific were going to get a huge lead in those games, Sanguine Seas is always going to go back to that, oh, well, we already came back on these guys before. And on the flip side, Red Pacific, whenever they get a huge lead, they're not going to be comfortable anymore with that lead because now they're going to be stressing out even when it seems like they should automatically win. So not a good situation for Red Pacific, but if you're Sanguine Seas and you are one of the teams who definitely have the capability of winning this tournament, you got to find a way to knock this one out right now. Instead, it is a brush.
Yeah, and not only that, Red Pacific actually did change it up. Alex is not going with the E-leader this time, but instead electing to go with the Splash. So we've got pretty much all short-range shooters. You know, the tried-and-true Splatoon 3 classic. When something's not working, let's just throw a Splash in there and figure it out from there and see what happens. Joey here moving on forward with that 52 gal. Let's see how they approach the situation, knowing that someone might be right above them and pick up the Rainmaker and possibly go left. The left side is pretty clear. That's a nice, strong start for them. They just need to go straight forward. I would have liked them to just honestly shoot it straight at the Rainmaker thing and just go. Like, they didn't need to shoot anywhere else but the Rainmaker goal and just knock out the checkpoint.
Yeah, they had a window right there to get all the way through that. Instead, oh, actually, unless there's some sort of miracle shot that can be landed right here, which isn't landed by Eureka, they don't find a way to clear the check, or they don't find a way to save the checkpoint. But yeah, back to your point, dropping that is LX on the Splash. When in doubt, bring the Splash out. We see that in top level too, where you'll see some of the best Charger players we have in the world. When it gets down to a game 4 or game 5, let's just drop that and just go quad shooter. It's depressing to see, but so far it's working out for Red Pacific.
Yeah, so far working out for them. They got that early lead. Early checkpoints are always great to clear. You know, just make sure that the next push can be a stronger one here. So far, Sanguine Seas is putting up a decent defense to try and just keep them out from coming into their side of the map. But as I say that, one of their members did go down. I believe it was the Brush, and now the Rainmaker is in control of Red Pacific here, as they were finally taken down. Things are looking decent for them. If that Brush is just able to control mid with that teammate, Wicked sees him, spots out Joey. Joey nicely backs up, and with that 52 gal Splash Wall, should be able to regroup with the rest of his team and maybe make something happen here as they try to pick someone off on the right.
Yeah, Wicked doing a good job of shutting down things. And this is the first time in this game where Sanguine Seas has an opportunity to try to be a little bit more offensive. They've been stuck back on the defensive end, and they're going to have to go right back to where they were, playing hard defense. In Red Pacific, with a wipeout, opting to go this slower route to the left. Probably didn't have time to get established to get a lot of big points up on the right side, but Gus being right here throwing that Booyah Bomb distraction creates a great opportunity, but the Rainmaker decided to go this awkward route, the little merry-go-round on that bottom side instead of following the path that the Booyah Bomb was leading toward them. Still, they take time off of the clock, but you got to think maybe Red Pacific's leaving some points on the board here.
Yeah, they could have probably gotten it down to like a low 30s, high 20s situation if they just followed that Booyah Bomb. But, you know, sometimes you elect to go for a strong push if it works out rather than just a couple quick extra points. Unfortunately, didn't work out for them in that regard. We see Crab Tank now just trying to reclaim mid for Sanguine Seas. And interestingly, in this game, Sanguine Seas has not been able to get any type of push going. Anytime they get into this neutral type situation, Red Pacific has just been able to stall them out and get the picks one by one until they're able to completely wipe out the enemy team. Now you got the Splash-O-Matic trying to deal with that Booyah Bomb, is going to be forced back and get taken down by it as well. So Red Pacific now is doing a great job of just, you know, splitting up the members of Sanguine Seas and taking them down one by one, which gets them that 29 high 20s lead that we were talking about. They just went straight.
Yeah, LX saying, just give me this Rainmaker. I'm going right here. We're going to grab up a lot of points. And now able to get all the way across that uninkable path. That is massive. Because now if Sanguine Seas is able to find a way to clear that first checkpoint, they have to get all the way across that uninkable path, which is very difficult to do to get lead. So that is a huge, even though it's just like an additional 14 points, those are 14 critical points in that area of the map. And with 1 minute left to go, yes, Red Pacific gave up a huge lead last time, but this is a much more comfortable situation. And they're staying up on the offensive side. They're not falling back. They're not trying to turtle up. They're keeping the pressure all on Sanguine C's side of the map.
Yeah, and Sanguine Seas is going to have to do something quickly. As you know, we mentioned earlier, they haven't even been able to get any type of push going, so they've got to get through all the checkpoints, plus, you know, get it all the way down to 15 with the Rainmaker on their side of the map. So things are not looking too good for them in these final 30 seconds. That's the start right there with Squash taking out Joey to try to clear up some space. Spots out the second one here on the right side, but is going to get taken down, and that's actually a wipeout with the Rainmaker already pushed up this far. They might be able to even get more points if they elect to do so, and I think that's what they're going for. They want as many points as possible, possibly a knockout here.
Yeah, I mean, with 10 seconds left, honestly, they could just go back to their spawn, and that's GG. But they want the glory of everything right now, trying to get it. Instead, they are going to give Sanguine Seas one more opportunity to try to make some sort of miracle thing happen here. If they can even find a way to pop their Rainmaker through all that. You lost 3 people doing that. Gus sharking around mid, though.
Yeah. Gus might be able to do some cheeky plays right here. Gets the back of the Rainmaker, gets him taken down, as you mentioned right there. They didn't really see the shark. And, you know, sometimes at a point like that, you just need to realize we didn't take down to one player. Where is that guy? Rainmaker, don't move forward until we figure out where that is. Obviously, you didn't have that much time with overtime already in play, but nice showing from Red Pacific to completely dominate that game from start to finish. And, you know, you kind of mentioned it. They could have easily just taken it back and won the game. But how many times have we seen a team play passive near the end of the game and completely fumble? You know, they were obviously winning playing that way. Just continue it up for the last 10 seconds.
A great point. Keep the aggression up. And you know what? They weren't going to find Gus. There was no way they were going to find Gus because they had complete control. If you saw the map, it was orange from start all the way to the enemy side of the map. There was so much space for Gus to hide in. Probably had Ninja Squid on too. There's no way they were going to find them, so might as well keep the aggression up. It works out in the end. The thing is, though, this is counter picks. Sanguine Seas, because... Okay, so actually, I thought Game 2 was Splat Zones. So they've won on Splat Zones, and Game 2 was Tower Control. So Sanguine Seas cannot pick either one of those modes. I don't think you want to do Rainmaker after that butt whooping they just took in that Rainmaker game. So now do you try 2 games of Clam Blitz? Or do you have a Rainmaker map you particularly feel really comfortable in? Because that's their only 2 options right now. And it looks like they're going with Clam Blitz at the museum.
Yep, Clam Blitz Museum. You know, it's a pretty solid, even map, I think, for both of these teams. They both have range if needed to just stay on their plat and try and control mid. And they both have those aggressive players that'll try to get onto the plat of the other and create those opportunities. So I think this could work well into either team. Most of the games so far have been pretty close. These teams pretty evenly matched, regardless of that last one, I guess, where Red Pacific kind of just really dominated, but I think this is a different pace to the game that could really play into Sanguine C's favor.
Yeah, and it's gonna have to, because I don't think you want to go into a Game 5 even if you can control the counter pick. Because if you go into a Game 5 after losing on Rainmaker and Clam Blitz, well, you have only one choice to pick either one of those 2 modes again. So this could be a good situation for Red Pacific if they can find a way to break through the defense of the E-Leader. And once again, they're saying, I'm not feeling the E-Leader. They're going to double down and stick with that splash on LX, with their machine being the longest range weapon of the game. So if they can keep their E-Leader players safe up top on that area and they can just kind of dominate mid, they'll be fine. The problem is, can they establish control of mid in this opening 30 seconds?
Yep, so far both teams just feeling each other out in the middle of the map here. We've got the crab already coming out, but nobody's really taken down yet. Actually, as I mentioned that though, the dually player on the side of Sanguine Seas gets picked off. Now they're able to just move up onto the plat. We see LX already being aggressive, and I like the play coming from them. Almost able to take down that Trizuka right there, but unfortunately gets taken down, and that actually is the rest of the team going down as well into a wipeout. They've already got a power clam, so they're in a good position to move on forward here and try and score, and they already do. That's 2 already, and strong push in the opening minutes for Sanguine Seas.
Now, here's the question. Can they establish control of mid? Because it looks like this push is going to end right here. Getting 60 remaining is good. But can they keep established control of mid? And Wicked able to get a wicked splat on Joey right there should allow their E-Leader to just kind of camp out right there. It's hard to get your E-Leader out of your own base, but once they're out of there, you are cookies and juice. And this is going to be a pink map for a long time unless they can find a way to coordinate their specials and take control mid, which it looks like they're trying to do. It squashes.
I wasn't aware cookies and juice was a combination that people liked, but Sanguine sees, they're doing exactly what they need to do here. Wicked moving on forward onto the right side. Already got that Trizuka to be aggressive and create some space for themselves. I like the play from Alex to challenge that Inkzuka, but unfortunately misses a couple shots and is going to get taken down for it. I'm liking Alex's mindset every time that Trizuka comes out to just challenge it, but it's just they just miss a shot and they go down for it.
Yeah, Wicked likes their idea too. I think that's a great strategy. Keep trying that. It's working out. To LX's credit, a Charger player dropping it for Splash. Not that Splash is the most difficult weapon to use in the world. They are playing really great with it. It's just a matter of can they find ways to start working together? Because it seems like we're just seeing a bunch of 1v1 fights right now, and Sanguine Seas is winning pretty much every single one of them. I don't think they've truly surrendered mid since they got that wipeout initially.
Yeah, things right now not looking too good for them. They do start the fight off with an opening pick. Joey taking down that squeezer player. Moving on forward, sees the opening possibly. It's now into a 1v1 again. And here's the thing, like you just said, where's Joey's backup? He needs at least somebody to move forward with him. They finally are going to be able to, make something happen here. They have the power clam at the ready, moving on forward. And that's also 3 down right now. They should be able to at least get the score off of this. And this could open things up if the other 2 players are able to come in with a couple clams to really prolong this push.
Yeah, they're going to have to do a slow, steady push here if they want to find the way to get lead off of this. Jumping in with the power clam on the backside, able to do it. Lands perfectly along the side of that little pillow area there. So they are able to get lead. The question is, though, can they get control of mid yet again? Because it looks like Sanguine Seas is picking up right where they left off, popping a few specials right there. Crab a little bit early. I don't know if they're going to find a way to get a pick with that or not. They do have another crab ready to go from the splat duelies, and it is getting popped on that left side. So they're firing a lot of firepower on Red Pacific's flat right there, and somebody finally does get taken down. The question is, can they build up a little bit more specials, maybe an Inkzuka to work with to get a push going on top? Because they are able to, they're firing a lot on mid, and it's just not able to break through this plat just yet. But somebody was able to do so, but it's not going to result to anything. Oh, this is bad. This is very bad.
I thought they actually got that in, but I guess they didn't. And, that's unfortunately going to be their penalty, staying at plus 20 with Joey already on the enemy plat. And they have 17 clams to boot. So things are looking really good for them. If they're able to create this power clam, Joey is going to be able to do that. And especially with the splash wall of that 52 gal, Joey should be able to stall this out for his team to get a couple extra clams in.
Yeah, I like how fast Red Pacific was with that wipeout. And Sanguine Seas needs to do the same thing right now. They need to just beeline straight for the enemy basket and get established control on their plat. And you saw, it looks like the Splash was trying to do just that, and Wicked coming over to help out. Instead, everybody starts to back off. So Red Pacific was a little bit faster responding to that wipeout than Sanguine Seas is, but all 4 specials are online. There's 1 crab, 1 more ready to go. Inkzuka and Wavebreaker ready to go. Can Red Pacific endure all of these specials yet again is the question. And random splat bomb able to take care of one of the splashes, and now it's just the Wavebreaker that's the last one left to go. Wicked trying to get some splats there. The ink wall is going to shut everything down, and that's just one player that has enough clams, able to get a nice splat on this splash player. Gets another one. What some a great amount of splats, and there's tons of clams, enough for them probably to get lead. It's just, can they survive long enough? One more player has clams. It's just the splash ready to go. They do have crab, but you can't pop it right now. You need to find ways to get through there, and by that time, all the specials built up by Red Pacific, they hold on and force a game 5.
Great showing from them once again. Just that extra bit of aggression really, paying dividends for them right now. Is at the opening of that game for them really was, Joey getting onto their plat so quickly after the Sanguine Seas push, and that really helped them to win that game right there. Sanguine Seas obviously, showed a lot of effort there at the end, but a couple things just didn't go their way. We saw at one point that Splasher-matic getting taken down by a random bomb when they actually had their crab at the ready. which could have, opened up the game for them right there and pick off a couple members on the plat. But they came back in later, did have the crab at the ready, but like you mentioned, you can't pick up clams and be in your crab tank at the same time. So unfortunate for them, the situation they found themselves in there. But once again, they do have the counter pick, but they have to pick either Clam Blitz or Rainmaker, the two modes that they've lost on.
I think you go back to Rainmaker or Clam Blitz. I think you stick with Clam Blitz. And now that you know Red Pacific has this kind of abandoned that E-leader, I wonder if there's something you can come up with that makes you feel like, okay, our leader... yourself. Maybe. That might be the ultimate solution to that. Hey, you own Splash, right? Like, do you have a Ninja Squid? Okay, that's all you need. Just go out in there and do it. By the way, the player that would be doing that, Ekria, I believe is how that is pronounced. Somebody in chat posted out. First
off,
I would
say Aquaria.
Aquaria. Ekria.
Yeah,
okay,
sure.
My excuse is I was born in E.
They're just E now. So I don't know.
E. Hey, if they almost made a heck of a play right there. They got double. I believe they got 2 splats landed in overtime and actually popped the basket. So I think they did everything they could. But my excuse is I'm from the southern United States. They don't teach us how to read in school in that region. So that's my excuse for not knowing how to pronounce words that probably you guys make up. Ekria. Kit wouldn't lie to us in chat, I'm sure. Regardless, do we have a counter pick yet? They're taking a little bit of time. No, they haven't made a decision just yet. Except now they're going with Rainmaker at the museum. What? So let's go to the mode we lost on and a map we lost on and combine it together. Okay. All right.
And not only did they lose on Rainmaker, they got completely dominated. Not even, I don't think they pushed past 98. That's saying something right there. Honestly, if you pick up the Rainmaker and you take like 2 steps, I think you get to 97. So, pretty interesting decision from them here. But hopefully, they're able to at least address the problems that are coming in from all that aggression now once LX switched over to that Splash-O-Matic. And, Charger or other backlines in general, are a very risky play in Rainmaker. They can be, very dominating if you're able to hit your shots and keep them away from, even starting a push. But on the other hand, if the enemy team is all in your face, you really need to hit your shots. If you miss one, now they've pushed it down to 30s, 20s. So definitely something they have to keep in mind as we go into this crucial game number 5 with both teams' tournament lives on the line.
Yeah, and Ekria has been hitting their shots. Every time we go to them, they're doing work, especially when they were on X-Splosh in game 1. So you like to see your anchor players be a little bit flexible with what they're going to do. But yeah, quite honestly, you're making a joke about them using Splash. It's very possible they could do that here. I think they're picking this map exclusively for the E-leader that they have. But if you want something with a little bit more speed, and they were having difficulties dealing with the painting power and the speed of Red Pacific in that Game 3 Rainmaker game, if you look back on this map in the Clam Blitz one, they were the dominant team of at least controlling mid for the vast majority of the time, and a lot of it has to do with the fact that they did have an E-leader. But yeah, I don't know. This seems like Red Pacific's favor, but that's just how counter picks work in this format. Game 5. Winner moves on, loser gets to watch the rest of the stream, and no real surprises coming out from either team at this point.
Yeah, they're elected to continue with their comp of that E-leader, plus the dualies, is their crab tank weapon of choice for the majority of this set, I believe. They do manage to get the opening pick. That should possibly open things up for them and allow the sloshing machine and the rest of the players to kind of move on forward onto the plat. They see the jump in. If they're able to get that jump in, this could really be a nice situation for themselves. If they're able to get a trade and a couple specials, but so far, they're putting up a decent fight, not able to clear that checkpoint.
I think Squash died because they rolled backwards into an ink wall after they were already weak. It'd be like that sometimes, I guess. Okay, who's got the Rainmaker? The team that's defending has the Rainmaker, and they're being very dangerous with it right there because they're losing some players. I don't think you want to die going backwards like that. Get that Rainmaker out of there before you get splatted. It looks like they're trying to dump it on this left side. Man, this is a really dangerous situation. It's about to explode. Look at that. They lost a lot of points because they went backwards into a neutral zone in their own side of the map. Finally, they're able to move forward. What an awkward situation they did with that Rainmaker push. Not something we saw of them at all in the third game.
Yeah, and it was very weird that they elected to go all the way around rather than just drop it underneath, because I don't even think there's a way to get the Rainmaker up from that side, is there? So, interesting for them to not just drop it on their right. But now, so far, is Sanguine Seas on the defense right now once again, and they're getting taken down left and right here as Squash now possibly stops it. Yeah, it seems like Squash and Ekara just, able to stop that push, and now they're on the offensive here. So both teams just going back and forth. Nobody really able to get the picks necessary onto the plat. As I say that, there's 2 down situation right there. But unfortunately, just a little bit too hasty. Doesn't wait for her teammate to take down that sloshing machine, and they're going to get taken down. But 3 now on the plat. Squash is going to be able to clear that first checkpoint, and that should now be allow them to, put up a good amount of points to kind of secure this lead if they just keep up this push.
Rainmaker, Splash? Nah, bro. I main the Rainmaker. I don't main the E-leader. But, okay, what is the plan here with Red Pacific? I don't understand. They're picking it up yet again. They're taking it back yet again, waiting for somebody to start pushing up and getting some splats, I'm assuming. It looks like they're trying to do that, or at least get established control of mid. But they seem to be lacking a little bit of sense of direction that they had in that third game. And the Rainmaker, look where the Rainmaker's just camping out. Eventually it's going to explode if you keep it back there that long. 2 more players going down. Like 8 seconds left on that Rainmaker, get wiped out. They don't have a plan. They have no idea what they want to do with the Rainmaker right now. They don't have time to figure it out.
Yeah, and they keep leaving the Rainmaker in places that are pretty advantageous for the enemy team. They kind of want to be in this position, because if they're able to just get a pick or 2 from this spot, they'll push it down to 30s, possibly even 20s. So right now, they really need to address how they want to approach these pushes and how they want to approach a situation where the enemy team might be able to just put up a couple of great points like that, down to 40. And, that's a decent amount on this map, where especially the enemy team hasn't even cleared the first checkpoint.
Oh, that's a winnable score for sure. Finally, Gus says, just give me this thing. I'm taking it. We're throwing. Look at this. They have an idea of what they want to do with it, and they might just clear the checkpoint on top of it. Gus taking control of the situation. The checkpoint's gone. 1 player is down on the side of Sanguine Seas. They pop it again, and they're going for it. They're not wasting any time. And they don't get lead. They tied, but they don't get lead. Can they follow it up? No, but Gus finally said, enough is enough. I'm holding forward, and it damn near got them the lead.
Yeah, I'm very curious as to how Gus didn't get the lead there. He was already at 41, and I saw him jump forward a little bit, but they didn't give him any extra points for it. Good from the rest of his team, though, to kind of stop this push early, give them as much time as possible to move on forward. But we already see members of Sanguine Seas already pushed up onto the plat and making things happen here. Now a 1v1 situation, they're gonna get taken down, and this should be more points on the board for Sanguine Seas, as they're already down to 27. And once again, great winnable pushes coming out from them here, as they haven't even lost complete control of mid, as one of their players is still alive and sharking. Do they know that they're there? They might. Yes, they do. Oh. And they're going to be able to call it out quickly. I don't know if they were booyahing or were they trying to jump out, messed up, not hitting the map or something. But that's going to be them getting taken down. And, now opening the way up for Red Pacific to trying to get some type of push going. And it is LX going to be picking up that Rainmaker. So it's not Gus, the hastily devil himself, who was able to start up that last push for them. It is going to be LX, and that slow and steady pace is not what they needed, as Red Pacific is going to get taken down here.
That scrab that was popped on the top side, able to kind of arc their shots right there. If there was any moment in that one set where you wanted to back up a little bit with the Rainmaker, it was right there. But even though that great play by Gus carrying the Rainmaker, it wasn't enough to get lead, and it wouldn't have been enough to win if they had got a 1-point lead anyways. that just the flip of the script of how Game 3 went to how Game 5 went. Instead, it was Sanguine Seas dominating things basically the entire game, and then Red Pacific only got one push off that entire time. It almost was the one push that they needed, but just the fact that they only got one push off is because they wasted so much time on empty pushes just trying to dump the Rainmaker somewhere instead of just kind of trying to fight and get control of mid and let the Rainmaker reset on its own. That's going to be the one thing Red Pacific looks back on this set and realizes, man, we really could have had this one. But Sanguine Seas buckling down. They picked the mode that they lost on because they had to, and picked the map they lost on and found a way to win it in Game 5. That takes some guts, and they pulled it out.
Yeah, nice showing from them to, further their tourney aspirations here as they're going to be moving on to round 3. Red Pacific, obviously a low ink mainstay, putting up another strong showing for themselves here today, going down 2-3 to, possibly, Popgun's #1 team here in Sanguine Seas. So let's take a look at what's going on in the rest of the bracket as teams are moving on forward. As we mentioned, Sanguine Sea is going to be moving on to round number 3. On the other side of the bracket, though, it is going to be to be determined moving on as well. And, I don't know too much about this team itself, but I don't think they've lost a set at all in day 1 or day 2, and they 3-0'd 2 of their rounds here so far.
Yeah, there's been a lot of surprise teams come out this month. All legal, mind you. Those of you wearing tinfoil hats on Twitter last night, calm down. This is all fine. Teams are allowed to be a little bit better than we expected. But to be determined has steamrolled everybody all day long. They went 9-0 in the group stage. So far, they're 6-0 against Surf and Turf and Iruka. They got some tough teams coming up ahead, though. Either Photic Zone, who's currently up 2-1 over Dried Out. Either one of those teams would give to be determined a run for their money, I'm assuming. And I guess the scores have been updated on Sanguine Seas, Red Pacific. They actually win that one. Revenge Tour in June on the bottom side. Revenge Tour is the team that dropped from Winners Finals last month. They were called VC, and they made all the way to Winners Finals, and then somebody's internet exploded, so they had to drop. And I told them, you're not allowed to play unless you have 6 players on your roster this time around, because that screwed up a lot of things. They got 6 players. They survived Pixelated. You see that number 7 match there. Pixelated was up 2-0 in Revenge Tour, and then I saw in Help Desk Pixelated begging for a sub to come in. So I wonder if they had to play 3v4 the rest of the way there, and Revenge Tour just kind of was able to survive that somehow. And right now they're up 2-1 over June, the team that went undefeated in beta bracket last month. So there's a lot of really strong teams left in the bracket here. But the more unknown teams are at the top, and the more name brand alpha bracket teams we all know and love are down here at the bottom. So grand finals is going to be an interesting matchup. I hate it when commentators use the word interesting, but it genuinely applies in this situation. Shut up. And we are going to be streaming both semifinal matches. So you're going to, by the time we get to grand finals, you're going to know something about both teams that are playing in it. It's just a question of where are these teams going to get through their matches here and get them done. How are they still in game 4? We just played a best of 5 on the stream.
They're very long overtime games going on over there, obviously, is what's happening.
You think they're tying on Clamblitz or something?
It's like a 0-0 tie on every game that they've played so far until someone just finally paints the zone, and a little bit of an update from, looking at the bracket myself. We were just talking about to be determined. So they've lost 2 games the entire tournament so far. Not sets, 2 games. And those have been to Team Biscuits, which was a 1-2 victory for them. And also Sanguine Seas, both on day 1. So those are the only 2 games they've lost this entire tournament. And, so far, it's shaping up like that could be a possible grand finals matchup between those two, to be determined, and Sanguine Seas, who we just were able to take a look at right there. So I'm very interested to see how this one plays out and how to be determined, continues on this run.
Yeah, and that would be the only team to beat Sanguine Seas all day long as well. I'm pretty sure, yeah, Sanguine Seas, they're the number 7 seed, so that means they went undefeated in their group stage, at least as far as sets are concerned. So that's shaping up to be the potential. But Photic Zone currently up 2-1. That's got to... Oh, no. We just got an update. It's now 2-2 that we're going on right there. So Dried Out forcing that one to a Game 5. And obviously we'll see the winner of that one taking on to be determined. But Photic Zone's been playing really well all weekend long as well. Do we have an update for Revenge Tour in June?
They'll still seem to be at 2-1.
I'm just trying to figure it out. Looks like they're having lobby issues going through that. Great. We have a... So this is an international tournament, right? Which, I guess we don't really have any region lock tournaments, but we have tournaments that are in time zones that cater to specific regions. We have teams from like South America and they play Europe, and they'll both go to help desk and complain about lag issues. What do you want us to do? We can't. You guys live so far apart from each other. The game is going to have some issues with that. But we've had some more jank than usual. I don't know what's going on. If just like certain teams from certain regions just get matched up against each other. And we've had some I believe I gave a tie out the first time. I don't know if we've ever given out ties in Low Ink history, but I had to give out a tie to a team last time, or yesterday, because the set was going on so long, and it was obvious that neither team was clearly more at fault than the other one, and we couldn't just let them play it out forever. So that might be what's slowing things down a little bit here as well, but hopefully they can get things going. They at least played 3 games, so that worked.
Yeah, I mean, both of those teams, possibly winners of this tournament themselves here, as they've been fighting, pretty strong teams just to get where they are now. Obviously, one of them's going to have to go down soon. But that 2-1 in favor of Revenge Tour right now is showing that, their those players on, I believe you said it was VC or Vici, I don't know how to pronounce it, but those players, that their last tournament showing was not a fluke, in that they're able to get high up placings in this tournament and really make a name for themselves. And just going back to some of the sets we've seen, and from what I've seen in low level in general, is like when you get down to these top 16-ish teams or so, you really get to see who's ready for, that next level. And it really comes down to, teams being in like 2, I want to say general pools. You're either a team who's got, the mechanical skill to be at that next level, but you don't really have the coordination, or you have the coordination, but you don't have that mechanical skill yet so far. And what we saw from Sanguine Seas and Red Pacific, I'd say both of them are like kind of right there. We saw a little bit of coordination issues coming out from certain pushes, obviously, but I think both of them have that mechanical skill to move on to the next level, and I'm excited to see what they're able to do.
Oh yeah, like our usual alpha bracket teams are really good. These aren't even the teams we kicked out. Several teams this year, or this month as well. So there's even some great teams that you're not even seeing that were playing as early as last month, making their way through Low Ink. And this is, Revenge Tour finally won. Okay. Well, we'll just go right into that one then. So Sanguine Seas and Revenge Tour, who just 3-1'd June, and that might be the first loss June has taken today as well. Yeah, June went 3-0 up to their point. I think they lost at one point yesterday, but June was looking really strong all the way through here in Revenge Tour, who, again, Pixelated had them down 2-0 in round 1 in that game 7 slot that you might still see on stream. I don't know if it's still up there or not. It looked like Revenge Tour was about to be completely eliminated from the tournament. I think Pixelated had some sub issues and allowed Revenge Tour to make a run back there, and they're able to beat June, and now they're taking on Sanguine Seas. Now, again, this is VC. We're roughly the same players as VC from last week. I think it's VICI. I could be wrong in the pronunciation there, as I usually am. Who went all the way to winners finals. And then somebody's internet exploded. They had to drop all the way out of the tournament. It was a big fiasco. But I think these two teams played against each other back then as well. In fact, VC was the team that knocked out Sanguine Seas in Winners Round 1. That was a double elimination tournament because we had less teams then. So Sanguine Seas and VC, these two teams, or at least Revenge Tour and VC, these two teams are very familiar with each other. And it's Sanguine Seas that's looking to get revenge on Revenge Tour here.
Yeah. See what they're able to do. They just had a strong showing. I think what plays into both of these teams' favor right now is their backs have already been up against the wall, in these past couple rounds. Obviously, you mentioned Revenge Tour, narrowly making it out of round 1 here. A 3-1 victory up against June. And then on the other side, Sanguine Seas, we just saw them go to a game 5. So both of these teams, I think, are ready. Not only, if their backs are pressed up against the wall as we saw them in the past, but also they're familiar with, what they like on their counter picks, which is pretty important going into these next couple rounds, is what map and modes are we comfortable with that we feel like we could get the win on. And it's important to know that early before you find yourself in winners finals having to decide that.
Yeah, and that's a great point. They've both been playing in Game 5 so far today. And they both played in Game 4s in their other set as well. So they've taken 3 losses in this final stage of Alpha Bracket that they've been in, and they've been battle-tested. And yeah, the counterpick path that you go through means a lot. The first set that we saw on stream, Lullaby picked Splat Zones in Game 2 after losing on Splat Zones in Game 1. So be it. The problem is if you lose that game, and then you were somehow to win Game 3, well, because Photic Zone would have won on 2 Splat Zone games, that means they just have to win once, and they have 3 different modes to pick from. Whereas that last game, Sanguine Seas kind of got boxed into only picking 2 modes that seem to really favor Red specific. So the path that you choose with your counter picks, sometimes you don't want to burn through the best map and mode that you have. Sometimes you want to put yourself in a situation to where, okay, if we lose this, that still screws over the other team a little bit later, and then we can use our best map and mode in Game 3. So we'll see how the strategy works out for these two teams going forward. However, if you're one of these teams, you're thinking, you know what? Let's just 3-0 these guys and not even have to worry about a counter pick.
I mean, that's always the situation you want to find yourself in here. Talking about this first game here, as we're going to get into it, we are going to be starting off on Splat Zone's Hagglefish Market. And, from what we saw in that last set from Sanguine Seas, I don't think they're going to be changing too much up here in terms of, their backline is probably going to stay consistent. This is a map where, Charger can really, rain down a lot of chaos onto the zone since it's such an open middle zone, and keep an eye out for those flanks. So I think, they should be able to either stay on that Charger if they want to, or we saw them go for the Exploser, which I think is another good choice on this map. I just think the Wave Breaker is just so strong on this map to not only control the entirety of the zone, but also to keep your eye out on those flanks.
Mech on Revenge Tour, if I remember correctly, was a machine player, a really good machine player. Now that was more impressive maybe 3 years ago than it is today. But there's a difference between somebody who just uses machine and somebody who's actually knows how to use that thing. So that's the one player that I remember specifically from VC, who just is kind of a bit of a difference maker here. But it comes down to, can you control the sides, the alleyways? This map reminds me a lot of Main Stage in Splatoon 2, where you got those 2 flank routes on the left side. You just couldn't paint those flank routes, though, whereas you can on this one. So it's a little bit more, there's more indicators on the map of, okay, somebody's trying to flank, let's guard this right side, or knowing where you need to rotate around to get things going. But finally, we got the semifinal set here. This is a best of 5, and Chad is saying that I am wrong about Mech being a machine player. I just remember them being really good. Nautilus. Oh, wow. That is a different Nautilus than it was last month. It's got a bit of a buff.
Yeah, and not only that, we're actually seeing a Range Blaster, I believe, come out. Is that a Blaster or a Range Blaster? I can't really tell. I believe it's
ranged. Wave Breaker.
Yeah, so they do bring out the Wave Breaker here to try and, control that zone, as I mentioned here. We're already seeing Mech being, pressured right there from all the members of Sanguine Seas here. They already have control of the zone. But one of their team members is going down. It is that Squeezer player, and they're going to be trying to jump back into it. Nice pick coming out onto that left side to just control that flank area that we mentioned is so important, and that's pretty much an all wipe. I believe they know somebody's down at the bottom, and the whole team goes and rotates over to them. A nice coordination coming out from Sanguine to really open this up, and that's what I want to see from them throughout this set is, one player left, let's all gang up on them and take them down before anything, gets out of hand.
Sanguine C's looking really strong coming out the gate. They said, we've been waiting for you guys. Let's get this one going. And right now, they have to burn through a lot of specials just to get control of the zone. They're able to do that. Can they establish a lockout, though, is the question. They were able to take care of the Splat Dualies player, who's probably not even going to know what the middle of the map looks like this entire game. I'm assuming that Dualies is just going to flank until the cows come home. And able, even though Revenge Tour is able to get control of the zone, they haven't really fully got control of mid just yet. It's still pretty neutral right now. That's why they auto-lose zone.
Yeah, they do throw up that wave breaker to kind of clear out a couple members from Sanguine Siege, just force them back a little bit as they're going to, be able to at least neutralize the zone, have the crab tank at the ready as well. But their fellow Splash-O-Matic is going to get taken down over onto that left, so someone's going to have to watch that out, make sure no flanks are happening down on the left side of the map, and I believe they did address that and force at least the member back to retreat with the rest of their team. And now that is going to give Sanguine Seas the opportunity to control this zone, but it should be flipping back rather quickly. But as I say that, actually, they're going to get a pick and take that down here. But yeah, it's going to get taken down or neutralized back in the other direction just because they didn't have the numbers for the moment.
Yeah, they can splat all the players they want, but our old buddy E right here, if they don't take care of this X-Splosh, they're never really going to get established control of the zone. They might flip it back into their favor, but they're not going to hold on it long enough to actually get close to getting the lead right back. So you see Leo on this left side here on the Splash-O-Matic, this double splash comp that we have here, trying to get something going, but they don't have Crab anywhere near ready to go. And now you got Gumball popping Crab with nobody around to kind of support them, so it's just Crab v4. And instead, they're just going to roll away to safety and get ultimately eliminated right there. So a special they used, expecting somebody else to be there, just didn't realize all their players were dead.
Yeah, once again, we're seeing the nice coordination coming out. The 2v1, 3v1 situations that Sanguine Seas keeps finding themselves in, really playing into their favor as they're just able to, really help each other out and make sure nobody gets taken down in any silly fashion there as they have control of the zone. Now, it is going to be the members of... I'm already forgetting the other team's name here.
Revenge Tour.
Revenge Tour. Able to control the zone and get this one back in their favor. And they have a couple specials that are going to be online here soon with that crab tank, possibly the wave breaker. If they're just able to stall this one out and keep up the paint, force a couple of those members out and not really get taken down, they should be able to get a couple specials get going here.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think Revenge Tour is technically a pickup, so I don't think it's a name they want you to remember anyways. And the reason I know that is because everybody that's a pickup has a cat picture as their logo, and this team has a picture of a cat turning Super Saiyan, so that's close enough. That gives you everything you need to know about these guys. Meanwhile, Sanguine Seas, again, they're not really getting splatted, or they are getting splatted, but as long as that X-Splosh is still there, I don't think they really care. We're going to have to see some flanks being attempted right here. A lot of attention from Revenge Tour is focused on mid, and it's not going to accomplish it. We're just going to sit here and watch this awkward situation go on for another 40 seconds. Azula thought about going to the left side and said, nah, I'm just going to go back to mid yet again. And finally able to get a splash. Instead, it's Sanguine Seas that's opting to flank, and maybe that's just what Revenge Tour is going for. Let's let you flank and we'll punish it, but man, that took a lot of time off the clock where nothing good happened.
Yeah, and now they also need to just get themselves in a situation where they can clear up this court area and move on forward here. No real members are putting that much pressure onto the players of Sanguine Seas, and that will allow them to just build up their specials. They've already got 2 at the ready, also got a pick, so things are looking pretty good for them. Mech now in a nice aggressive position, but being alone is not going to play into his favor, as, I don't know why the Nautilus was the furthest one pushed up. The 2 members were in the zone, maybe trying to paint it up, but things are not looking good for them as it's kind of a 1v3 situation. They're all going to get taken down. Sanguine Seas is going to be able to claim game number 1, and a nice back and forth duel, but it still felt like Sanguine Seas was in control for the majority of that game.
Yeah, even as that game looked like it was starting to slip away into Revenge Tour's favor at the end there, you still got the sense of Sanguine Seas is going to be, all right, let's just build up our specials. Let's slowly work our way back in here. Let's not feed that Nautilus trying to ledge camp, which if you know how to use Splatling, you can ledge camp with that thing. It is a little bit weird, but you can pull it off and catch people by surprise. But Sanguine Seas playing very disciplined right there, and they've been in situations like we saw in the last game, last set, where it looked like everything's falling apart. It looks like they're about to get run out of the map, but they always find ways to bounce back, playing a little bit more disciplined than Revenge Tour was in that first game. But now here's where the counter picks come into play. Almost failed getting that word out of my mouth. My goodness. Counter picks going to be coming into play. Revenge Tour is going to be the first team to make that counter pick. And it looks like they're going to go with tower control at Sturgeon Shipyard, probably to help out their blaster here.
Yeah, interested to see if they're going to just continue with that blaster. Is it their main? Did they like it for that map? Because we mentioned Wavebreaker's pretty strong on that map. So was that just something they like there? Are they going to like to go with a different blaster on this one? Possibly, if they're going to keep up with blasters and specials that work here, might be the regular blaster, I believe, has the bubble. So that'd be great to get those checkpoints on Sturgeon Shipyard. Doesn't it suck that there's so little weapon variety that I can't even remember the specials on some of these weapons?
Well, okay, so the issue with Blaster, and this was the same thing in Splatoon 2, there's like very little visual difference between a regular blaster and a range blaster. It's like very tiny. It's like if it has the word range in it, you would assume it would have something visual that, oh, that's a really long blaster. Instead, no, it's just like slightly bigger, to your credit. But yeah, I think the other one is Bubbler and maybe like Toxic Mist or something like that. But you do see some range blaster being used. It would be nice if we did get some more kits that we could use with the blaster. So blaster without armor is pretty good. It's just got some awkward kind of kits and maybe doesn't combine the well with other things. So maybe that's why you don't see it that much in other things here. But if you got double splash, you can't really go long. And the fact that they're using Blaster and Nautilus together means they don't have the most paint-heavy comp. But with tower control, if there's one mode where you don't need as much paint as the other three, it's probably tower control. You just got to have paint around the tower. So maybe that's why they're going with this as well. Maybe it just works out a little bit better with their comp. But again, Sanguine Seas has been playing really well. You know they're going to be using that double crab. You know they're going to be bringing that E-liter out for the first time. And instead, we see Mech going, instead with the Nautilus, going with the Tri-Striking's T-Tech.
Yeah, teams have really been electing to bring that out on tower control here today. You mentioned it kind of is a get off my tower special, forces everyone away from it. And hopefully plays out into their favor later on. But we already got a trade going on here. Gumball throwing up that crab tank really early to force out all the members of Sanguine Sea from mid. But as they were doing that, one of their teammates is going to get taken down over on the left. They're going to get taken down right after that. 3 down now, as the only remaining member is that Splash-O-Matic. They do have the crab tank at the ready, so they might be able to stall out this push once it gets to the checkpoint. But actually, they already popped it, so they're going to have to go in and make something happen here. I think they might have popped it a little bit too early. Should have waited for them to get a little bit closer to that checkpoint before, not even being able to put up any defense.
Yeah, just nowhere for that crab to go, and now that crab's completely gone. Sanguine Seas clears that first checkpoint with ease. If they clear the second one, that's going to be a fantastic situation for them to end this game right here. Wicked not being able to get onto control of tower. Wisely just said, let's back off, let's get control of mid yet again. A player jumping in here, Mech instantly sniffing it out and erasing it. So it looks like Revenge Tour's able to get control of mid, and they hold on to that second checkpoint. Losing that first one sucks, but you don't want to lose that second one. As long as you still have control of the second one, you're always going to be in the game here. And they're in a good position to maybe tie it up, at least as far as the checkpoints are concerned.
Yeah, they should be able to get past this checkpoint right now, and a nice defense right there to make sure nothing silly happens in their spawn. Throwing out that Booyah Bomb to just force them off the tower. I like the little bit of waiting to get the tower into a position where you can easily defend here and allow the rest of your team to kind of regroup with you. Unfortunately, though, the team took a little bit longer than I expected to get to that tower, and that was them going down here. But the rest of the team finally did come in, able to get the couple picks to stall this one out here, and now the only remaining player is this Blaster, who doesn't really have the ink around them to stay alive. They're gonna get taken down pretty quickly, and you mentioned it, you know, they don't really have the greatest paint-heavy comp with that Blaster in there, so once they're the last one alive, it's pretty easy to just call them out and take them down as a team.
Yeah, not many places to run. A lot of good to take away from both teams on that line, last push there. Obviously, Revenge Tour able to clear a checkpoint and get pretty deep in the enemy base. But more so, Sanguine sees recognizing, hey, let's just give up that checkpoint and build up our specials to hold on to lead instead of trying to sell our souls to save that checkpoint and ultimately sacrificing too much and probably getting KO'd right there. So good patience. Again, discipline from Sanguine Seas. However, Revenge Tour needs to find a way to kind of bleed out this clock. They don't need to be too aggressive, although they are popping this crap on the tower and they already lost the player, so they're not going to have a lot of firepower to try to get lead here. Instead, somebody's pushing up and getting some splats. How is this still working? There should be stop down, and it looks like it finally is stopped by the Sanguine Seas team.
Yeah, nice wipeout coming in from them. And you kind of alluded it to a little bit right there, is we saw Gumball pop that crab tank a little bit early. If they were able to pop it, you know, when they were approaching that second checkpoint, might have been able to stall out Sanguine Seas from pushing on forward, allow the rest of his team to kind of approach that tower and provide some support. But that wasn't the case there. Now things are going back in favor of Sanguine Seas, so they've already pushed this tower into the court of Revenge Tour. And they've got the picks to boot. If somebody just gets on the tower, they might actually be able to get towards that checkpoint. But I don't know if that's what they're electing to do here. It seems like they're just backing up and they're pretty happy with leaving the tower here for the most part, maybe until they get another wipe.
Maybe they're just waiting. Maybe they can find somebody for that wave break. Maybe somebody push up. Or maybe we can just pop a crab right in somebody's face. But it's been Leo that's been dancing around that left side, finally exposes himself to some pops crab, trying to attack this tower and slow it down. But, okay, finally things kind of calm down here. It looks like Sanguine Seas is again going to retreat to mid. But while they didn't add to their lead, they took a lot of time off the clock. Now there's only 40 remaining. And I don't think Revenge Tour has any specials ready to go that can help them on the offensive end here.
Yeah, they're going to have one crab tank at the ready soon. But the thing they need to realize is they can't just throw out those specials before, you know, the rest of the team is really ready to capitalize on it. They already threw the tri-strikes, wasn't really able to gain much out of it, but possibly some mid-control. Oh, but that's a pretty important pick right there, as the sloshing machine on Sanguine Seas able to take down one. Two members now are down. It is only those crab tanks remaining. It's actually double crab tank, but they're not able to get onto the tower with the crab tank. That's going to be Mech, though, jumping in and able to get onto it to keep this push alive here. But they kind of used their specials, and they're not going to really have them here as they approach overtime. The special advantage is in favor of Sanguine Seas, as they already got the crab tank at the ready, forces most people off the tower, and kind of ignores the tower for the person right next to them.
What? How did they get lead? How did they pull that off? They didn't just have one player. It was just Leo that was alive. Did they really win that? They did.
I'm very confused as to not only how, like, the crab tank, you know, one, I could understand they went for the player that was close to them rather than the tower. They didn't want to get killed from behind. But where the rest of did the team go? How did they die? There were only two players. One of them was fighting the crab tank, and one of them was on the tower. So where did the rest of the team for Sanguine Seas go?
Falco, get in here. I know you got replay technology. Can we look at that again? What was that? How they had three people aiming at the tower and just one person. There's no way Leo, I guarantee you, got on that tower like, I know I'm going to get splatted. I know we're not going to get lead, but I got to show effort, you know, like I'm trying to do something to make a hero play. And then all of a sudden they see those words across the screen, you taking the lead, and like, wait, what? Like, there's no reason Leo should not be dead on that tower right there. And instead, Revenge Tour pulls one out from behind, and the set's tied at 1 apiece. Okay.
Well, sometimes it'd be like that. You gotta imagine that, like, maybe, you know, Leo threw up like a blaster shot in their direction that kind of forced them away a little bit, or a bomb that just they weren't able to approach the tower, something like that. But, you know, unfortunate for Sanguine Seas, that's going to be a game lost, and now we're going to be seeing them go onto their counter picks here.
Yo,
and they're
look at this.
Yeah.
We can do this on stream now? Okay, so 2 players instantly go down. They take care of the machine. Okay, the E-leader player just held forward onto the tower, and then somebody fought the splash. And I think the crab was trying to help somebody fight the dualies on there instead of aiming at the tower. Okay. First off, shout-outs to Ink Fair. I didn't know we could do that. That was cool.
Yeah, I was looking at, how we have the 2 streams up. I wasn't even looking at that one, so I didn't realize there was a replay going on, so good catch by you.
Okay, cool. Well, there you go. That's, yes, now that I saw it again, Sanguine, she should have won that one. I think the crab just got a little bit distracted by some skirmishing when they shouldn't have been. Not really sure why the E-leader player just kind of held forward onto the tower either. They probably just thought the tower was theirs for the taking, didn't realize a machine, somebody with a weapon was just going to come on and kill them right there. But, hey, welcome to competitive Splatoon, baby. Things like that happen, unless they don't. Rainmaker at the museum is what Sanguine sees is picking here. Hey, this is the only counter pick they've won on, so why not run with it again?
And you obviously don't know, are they as strong on Rainmaker as the last team that you fought is? So I like this pick coming out from them. They know they're capable of winning on it and see how things go into this next one. But, even if it comes down to it, tower control, if they had to counter pick back to that, I thought that was a pretty good showing for them. They just kind of messed up at the end. So I think that's also a nice option if they want to go back to it. We're seeing the tried and true comp coming out from Sanguine Seas for the most part. Not too much change there. The range blaster is going to be coming back out for Revenge Tour here, as they're just going to push on forward and see who's able to clear up the middle of the map first. And so far, it seems like both teams are just electing to play it slow and build up their specials and see who's able to, win the special fight to see who gets this first Rainmaker pop.
Yeah, critical game 3 with a lot going on the line. Can you imagine the nerves these players are going through right now? Knowing that if you don't win low ink, you're never guaranteed an opportunity to do it again. And these 2 teams have made deep runs before. They've been on a stage similar to this. And I think that's why you're seeing both teams being crazy passive right now. I think that's the first time somebody died and it took 40 seconds for it to happen. Squash said, I've had enough of this peace and quiet. I want blood. Going in, getting a trade while everybody's still building up some more specials yet again. 1 minute probably gone by, and we haven't even touched the Rainmaker yet.
Yep, so far it's just been crabs coming out from both sides, back and forth, trying to get a pick or two, but nobody's really been able to take much advantage once they get that pick. Right now, Mech in a 1v1 situation throws out to this way, says, hey guys, where the hell are you? I need some help up on this plat. And finally, the rest of the team responds. They're able to get a pick out of it and the dunk onto the checkpoint. So sometimes that little bit of this way, yelling at your teammates helps as they do come in and help them. And a nice little dodging from the Rainmaker carrier there to just get a couple extra points. And the good thing about this push is they still had a couple members, as I was going to say that, they still had a couple members to at least stall this one out and allow the rest of them to come back into mid. And, they do get taken down, but they didn't lose mid in the process. And that's a big thing for them.
We're doing this again? Okay, this is Sanguine Seas this time. There was only 1 player left. So now they're picking up and going right for it. I was afraid we were going to do some weird stalling jank. But instead, they pick up the Rainmaker and beeline for the pedestal. And they might find a way to get lead right here as everybody goes down except for 1 splash. There goes the lead. Squid surging their way through an ink wall to get a little bit of a more decent lead. Can they add to it right now? Azula's in a good position with Gumball to try to pop this Rainmaker and shut it down. But it's not going to be continued. It looks like Gumball is able to drop down there, get a couple of assists, and clean up everybody, and the rest of Sanguine Seas retweets. But what a good response there by Sanguine Seas, recognizing there is a path for us to get lead. Let's not waste any time. Let's strike. And with 2 minutes and 30 seconds left to go, we're just now crossing the halfway point. It's anybody's game, but 31 remaining is a lot of points to have.
Yeah, and you gotta imagine that, I was mentioning there in that last push, is Revenge Tour, they weren't all taken down at the same time, so somebody should have been in mid to kind of stop that push, but I think they jumped in during the end of it, trying to keep it alive, and that's why nobody was there to really defend. Sanguine Seas took complete advantage of that, but nonetheless, now it is Revenge Tour on the offense right here. looking to make something happen here. Just trying to throw up a couple Rainmaker shots to maybe either get a pick or allow the rest of his team to make something happen. But now they just have to go. They've got 13 seconds left. You're probably not going to get much points. Just try to get whatever you can as you're going to get taken down. And the rest of your team just kind of needs to regroup here into it. We've already seen the crab tank in mid, and that's a nice positioning for them to already be there and claim as much of the middle ground as you possibly can for your team. And we do see players already pushing up onto the plat. So Sanguine sees once they get that stop, they know exactly what they want to do, and it's working out for them greatly here.
Yeah, they do have a game plan, and they also recognize that Revenge Tour has to come to them because they're the team that's down right now, and they got a long way left to go. And so they can just they can't hold on to this Rainmaker forever, but they can force Revenge Tour to be the team that makes the mistake. And especially in this, so this is basically Splatoon 2 Rainmaker right now. There's no checkpoints in the way. One mistake can end the game for either team at any point right now. So Sanguine Seas recognizes that, and they're trying to put Revenge Tour in the situation to where they're the ones that make the mistake instead of making the mistake themselves.
Yep. So far now they are being pressured with those tri-strikes, a couple specials being thrown at Sanguine Seas here. The crab tanks coming out from both teams, but it is going to be Squash having the crab tank that lasts a little bit longer since they popped the second, and the Trizooka shot coming out from the squeezer is able to take down, I think, 2 right there. But Gumball kind of keeps this one alive, putting pressure onto the members of Sanguine Seas. Is going to get taken down, able to take down 2 in the process. The rest of his team kind of comes in at the perfect time to keep that Rainmaker right there on that ramp, and they might be able to push this one up once again. This is kind of the last push of the game here.
Oh, the player who had crab ready picked up the Rainmaker. Oh, I would much rather have that crab on the offensive end. Leo's been slippery all game long, but I would much rather them not be the one picking up the Rainmaker in that situation. Instead, it's a crab that's being built up by Sanguine Seas that doesn't accomplish anything, and they desperately need that other splash to build up a crab on the side of Revenge Taurus. They're trying to slip a little bit more further. Azura goes down. Leo's looking for something that just might not be there. And finally, somebody holds forward. It gets the Rainmaker at the very end. Oh, Leo should not have been the one to pick up that Rainmaker.
Yeah, not only should, someone else have picked that up so Leo could use the special there, I felt like they were all just a little bit hesitant, everyone waiting for somebody to get that pick, when honestly there was a decent amount of ink there. I know it's kind of a 50-50 shot of if you're going to be able to get that lead off of it or not, but sometimes you just got to go for it and hope something happens right there rather than waiting for your one teammate to make that perfect play to get it, because nobody was really pressuring that charger, and especially since they didn't have the crab at the ready to kind of throw anything up in that direction. So they were able to just kind of stall it out, and I felt that played into the hands of Sanguine Seas, who was able to get that with victory, and now it finds themselves in a 2-1 situation.
Yeah, and Sanguine Seas had nothing. They all just got splatted. It was just the E-Leader that had Wave Breaker to slow down anything. They were nowhere close to build up their specials. Instead, they picked it up, and it was just a race for everybody on neutral ground to build their specials. Now, it's not to say that if somebody else had picked up the Rainmaker, it would have been an automatic win for Revenge Tour. But, yeah, just a little bit. That was the one mistake that we're looking for. Just those little plays this late into the tournament is what kind of determines things. And now Revenge Tour, who did not win on the Splat Zones game in Game 1, they're allowed to pick Splat Zones here. They're opting to go with Flounder Heights Splat Zones. Again, I'm just assuming because the Blaster's the one real difference they have over the other team who's might go back to E-Leader here, might use X-Splosh, I don't know. They probably feel something really good with Blaster on this map in particular that feels like that gives them the advantage against the other team.
Yeah, and obviously that Blaster's not going to be able to put up the most paint, but it does have a couple specials that could play, into your favor. We've seen the Wave Breaker, we've seen the Bubble, and those type of things can at least, create a lot of ground for yourself, force the enemy team back, and might be able to cap you the zone, in return. So I'd have to think that if they're, going off the specials and them being solely a Blaster player, the range is a little bit better just because the Wave Breaker's, such a top tier special at the moment. But, if they elect to go with something else, I could see the regular Blaster just having the right amount of spacing in its shot for some of the ramps on this map.
And Bubbler working out in a lot of really good key situations here as well, as you're trying to fight your way back up to the top of the mid. If it's hard to kind of break through a Bubbler that's just completely isolating out an area. But right now, it looks like we're just waiting one more player from Sanguine Seas to ready up. I don't think they're changing their comp. I think they're just trying to calm themselves back down, make sure the timer runs all the way out, make sure they talk through exactly how they want to go through this one. The Sanguine Seas is one win away from punching their tickets to Grand Finals. Revenge Tour's tour will continue if they can find a way to win one more here, and it is the X-Splosh that is coming out, and that is the only change we're going to see.
Yep, Range Blaster sticking it out on Revenge Tour right here. And yeah, not much change coming out from the side of Sanguine Seas other than that X-Splasher right here. We've already got both teams claiming their zone, and we do have a fight near the bottom right there. As actually, I think Bombs was just able to get maybe 2 right there. Mech now moving on forward with Gumball. They were able to at least, put up a fight, but no, that's going to be both zones going in favor of Sanguine Seas, and nice bomb play, nice 1v1 situations for the players. Another bomb, they need to just move away from all of this right now, as they're getting taken down way too quickly by these Splat Zombs. I believe they're all coming from Wicked, because yeah, they're the only player that really has bombs, kind of. I know, actually, I guess the Dualies has suction bomb in this game, right? Yeah.
Yes, it does. But my goodness, that was a bloodbath right there. Somehow, Sanguine Seas is the team coming out on top. They endured the Ink Strikes and then threw some right back again from Wicked, as they're able to hold on the control zone. Squash opting to kind of surrender that right there. And look at the wave break line going everywhere but where Squash is. Oh, I hope. Oh, a little bit too late now. They must have felt like, the wave break would have cleared them if they were there. No, Squash able to get a double, and it looks like there's one more player getting taken care of as well. Squash's sharking in the perfect spot is going to give Sanguine Seas back control of the zone.
Yep, and they do have their special at the ready. Oh, was right about to pop it, but nice play coming out from Revenge Tour to just take it down right before they were able to get that crab tank off. Mech's gonna get taken down though, and the zones have just been in favor of Sanguine Seas for the majority of this game right there. They've been able to claim both roofs. Right now, the X-Splasher player is just gonna have to throw up as much pressure to keep them away from them. Not necessarily control the zone, but just make sure that they're able to stall it out and make sure that nobody's able to approach them while the rest of their team comes back into it. Now we've got Wicked here kind of on a flank right now, trying to make something happen. It likes to jump out all the way and regroup with the rest of the team now. And this is the first strong showing from Revenge Tour, as they're able to claim both zones and make sure that all the enemy team is coming in from spawn right now. This can be a nice strong push for them if they're able to hold against these specials. Yeah, they got punched in the mouth pretty hard pretty early on, and it's taken them half the game to recover from that. So what are you going to do? This is your counter pick. It's time to show us what you feel like you can do on this map that gives you the huge advantage over the other team. And right now they're just a few ticks away from getting the lead, and the zone is completely stalled out. Is there enough painting power on Sanguine Seas in mid to completely flip it back into their favor? This blaster right here isn't going to paint much, but it can try to get a few splats. Look how close Sanguine Seas is to capping control of zone, and they still haven't been able to do it. Somehow, finally, it goes back to the favor of Revenge Tour for a few frames, and somebody's going to have to get a splat right here. The specials keep forcing players back, but it's so hard to cap the zone if you can't just get the splats on top of it. Finally, Leo flanking around that left side, gets one, doesn't get two, but the zone still hasn't flipped. Yeah, if Leo was able to at least get a trade right there, that would have put them in such an advantageous position, especially with the crab not having to deal with the two players. Could have focused on one and possibly been able to splat them out there. Unfortunately, though, that is not going to be the case, but they do still control the zone, and two members are down on the side of Sanguine Seas. That's going to be the lead going over to Revenge Tour, and actually, this is the last remaining player right there. They clear out everybody, and now everybody's coming from spawn. They're going to have to do something quick with no specials online. They might just have to fight this one out because there's no penalty for Revenge Tour.
Yeah, they might find a way. And again, it's so hard to cap the zone. Sanguine Seas can do all they want to control their side, but until they completely cross that bridge and able to get a splat in zone, and they get a splat in zone and still doesn't cap, it's still in the other team's favor. Revenge Tour, what do they have on the zone that nobody else has? They should have lost it like 6 times by now, and they're still threatening the KO. Another player dies in zone. Make that 2 now. Surely they're going to cap it. There's no way one player can completely stall everything out. Finally, Sanguine sees. That was a 3-minute push by Revenge Tour.
Yeah, and that sloshing machine right there was able to win 3 separate 1v1s right there to just, get back that zone, and that's how much it took for them to get back into it. And nice play coming out from them. The penalty timer is going to be ticking down really quickly as they're already moving on right now to racking up some points for themselves. That Booyah Bomb, though, is going to force them over to that right side and just try and force them a little bit back. But now Mech's coming in, able to get something going and claim that zone back for your team. And now it's a 2v2 situation. But no, actually, I guess they were all respawning, not able to even put any pressure onto that zone. And that's going to be who's purple? Revenge Tour taking the lead. I'm like,
we're going to a game 5. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to kind of determine what's going on here because I cannot believe. What do you have to do to cap the zone there? Like I can't. They did so much to the zone, and I'm pretty sure Sanguine Seas was winning all the fights. Like it looked like Revenge Tour was constantly a man down, dying in their own zone, but still did not give up control of it. So if Sanguine Seas was going to find a way to come back there, they would have had to spend 6 minutes trying to cap the zone again, and then another 10 minutes holding on to it. My gosh. Is that a good map for competitive? I honestly don't know. There's so many maps in this game that just flat out suck that you got to put some maps in there here and there, but we got it out of the way. Both teams have won on splat zones, and it's gone. Here's the real problem if you're Sanguine Seas. The only map that you've won on counter picks, you've already won on. Rainmaker and Museum. You can't go back to splat zones. I don't think they want to go back to splat zones anyway. They can either do Clam Blitz or they can do Tower Control. I'm assuming they want to do Clam Blitz, but if they do that, they can't go back to Museum because they won on that on Rainmaker anyways.
Well, I mean, like you said, they're probably going to elect to go with Clam Blitz, just as they put up a good... I know they lost it, I believe, in their last set up against Red Pacific, but it was a close game that kind of went down to the wire-ish. So it was a very back-and-forth game for them. Yep, we are going to be going over to Clam Blitz, and it is going to be Scorched Gorge. So this is a pretty... I would say at this point, a classic Clam Blitz map. A lot of teams seem to favor this one. And if you're just able to, get a wipe in mid with the clams at the ready, you should be able to score rather easily. So let's see how that one goes into favor of both of these teams. And the interesting thing here is, what are you going to do about your backline situation? We've seen them obviously bring out Chargers. We've seen them bring out Exploshers. What do they want to bring onto this map in particular? And I'd have to assume that it's probably... going to be the Charger?
I think it might be the X-Splosh. I don't think Charger
are good.
I think Charger players. Okay, so they might not like using it here, but maybe Clam Blitz. It feels really good with X-Splosh. And again, this is Sanguine Seas making the pick, so they picked it. I'm assuming Ekria is the one who signed off on this counter pick before they even did anything. Because it's like, do you want to do Clam Blitz with a Charger? I'm on team X-Splosh here as far as what we're going to see.
Definitely see it, because not only could you shoot up onto the all those the high ground that the enemy's coming in from while you're on a push, but also that Ink Storm could at least create a lot of space for yourself around the goal and just force a couple members back or put up a little bit of damage on them where your teammates are able to clean them up. So the X-Flush, I think, is a great pick here as well. So I think it's really up to what they just feel comfortable with.
Regardless, I think this is a map and mode that's in the favor of Revenge Tour. I think the little bit extra speed that they have, the extra paint they can put down for their blasters can hit a lot of really good shots on this map. I feel like this is going to be one that favors Revenge Tour. Instead, you were right. They are going to go with the E-Leader right there. So if they can keep their E-Leader safe in mid and start dominating the rest of the thing, Sanguine Seas is going to be fine. If not, Revenge Tour is going to move on to Grand Finals.
Yeah, and they bring back out that Squeezer So it's a decent pick just because they have the range advantage off of pretty much the entire comp other than that range blaster. But if they're able to hit their shots, would be able to get the quicker kill time onto them. So they have pretty much the advantage up against all the enemy's weapons. See how it plays into favor though, as they're going to be forced to jump back on the side of Sanguine. Sees nice snipe coming out to take down that range blaster right there, and that at least opens up this right side for them to kind of move forward. Another one goes down. They've already got the power clamp all the way pushed up right here. He just needs, and I like that play, throwing it out, so they can get their crab tank at the ready. Not going to make the same mistakes of not being able to use your crab and the objective at the same time. This is a nice, strong showing for them as they get a wipeout and have a couple clams right now to keep this one open here, Popgun.
I don't know if this is going to be it or not. It's going to come down to what can this crab do, keeping people away from the tower. But the rest of the players from Sanguine Seas need to start gathering up some clams. It looks like it was the dually player that went back to get some. There's gathering a lot of splats, but are they really only going to get 50 points out of that one? Barely, a few frames left. They keep the basket open, throw in 3 more, and now the dualies is coming in for a little bit more. This is the push they were looking for, and this could potentially be a KO situation right now. The flings, the foil, the squeezer player gets taken care of, and there's no more clams near the basket, so 23 remaining. A great push, and I was worried they were going to leave some points on the board right there because they were getting a lot of great spots on the offensive side of the map. But a great push and a great way to end it as well for Sanguine Seas.
Yeah, and I think it kind of played into what I was alluding to earlier, in that the squeezer just had all the advantages in those 1v1 fights. They were the last player kind of alive with clams. They took on a 1v1 against one of the splashes, then I think they took a 1v1 against the dualies and won as well, which allowed them to throw their 3 extra clams in and keep that open for a little bit longer. So nice use of their weapon range to just win out those 1v1s and hit those shots with those squeezers, because that's not always the easiest thing in the world. So you got to give props to that player to really put up a nice strong push and keep their team in a strong position here as another snipe shot comes out for Ekara.
This is starting to look really bad for Sanguine Seas. Ekara's able to jump out there, but look how blue this map is. They just don't have the clams built up. They're going to have to use a mercy clam to pop the basket, and they're going to have to do a slow push right here. They got 60 remaining, 1 clam left, so now they're going to have to do the same thing. Somebody's going to have to stay up here and fight. Instead, it's going to be Leo doing that, and it looks like the blaster player is the one who's going back to get clams, and they're not going to get them into the basket in time.
Did he not know that they had a clam on them that whole time, which would have been able to at least keep it open for a second longer? Probably wouldn't have made much difference. The rest of the team didn't have any clams, but right now they need every point they can get here going, as already Sanguine Seas is pushed up onto their side of the map. I think Squash was called out that there was somebody behind, but the rest of the team is going to be dealing with that. So nice from Squash to realize that it wasn't something that they needed to divert all their attention to, and able to just push up with this crab tank to create as much space for their team as possible, kind of clear up this goal area and make another push happen here, as they've already got a power clam and another 10 clams right in the back of them to make a nice strong push. They might be able to knock out here if they just get the picks.
I like Wicked just kind of being a rail walker right there, just kind of staying alive and keep a little bit of height. But this is where you want to be. If you're going to use Elir on this map, you want them right there, even though they're running back as soon as I was pointing that out. Maybe they're opting to surrender a little bit of space here, as Revenge Tour is being a little bit more aggressive on the side. Now, if you're Revenge Tour, you need a lot of clams by the time you go in there. I feel like last push, they built up all their clams around the basket when they got there, so when they popped the basket, there were no clams nearby they could grab to throw them in. Maybe that was a little bit of delay right there. So they're need to establish control of a lot of clams and get a lot of splats along the way, and right now it's Sanguine Seas that's doing just that. They're getting all the splats. They got a huge control of the clan economy, and they're looking like a team that's trying to come back from behind instead of a team that's playing with a lead. I like that.
Yep, and once again, they have their crab tanks at the ready in the position that they want to. Get a couple members down, have all the clams that they need to make a decent, strong push. They like to just throw that clam off to the side, maybe just allow one of their teammates to pick it up so they can, rain down as much pressure as they can from this top position here. I thought they actually got that spot, but I guess it was just the crab tank activating right there. But nice plays coming out from them. But once again, they do kind of just seem to give up mid. And not only did they give up, they gave up their clams.
There'll be no overtime. The game's over.
They've got one chance. Yep.
Yeah, they didn't build a power clam. That's why they threw away that clam. Sanguine Seeds just soaked up every single clam right there and said, we're just going to bleed out the clock because you guys have nothing to work with. And what a pick by Sanguine Seeds, and what a play by the E-Leader to just do whatever they wanted that whole game. Sanguine Seeds, again, I said at the beginning of the game 1, that rings through here at game 5, they were the more disciplined team. And when push came to shove, they looked really comfortable in that do-or-die game 5.
Yeah, great pick from them. They seemed very comfortable on that map, and just in particular, they were just so good on the offensive. I think the play of the game to me definitely was the squeezer player who was able to, just win those 1v1 situations when they needed somebody to, able to win against the Splash-O-Matic, able to win against the dualies and throw in their clams to keep that push alive. And yeah, they didn't need as strong of the push to win that game since they had such a good defense. But it really put them in a dominant position. And sometimes, just being in such a high lead, you get in your teammate's head or your enemy's head and throw them off for the rest of the game.
A little bit of update from the Battlefied chat. Our old player E here, Ekria, has asked us to report the score in Battlefied because their hands are shaky. So, if you think there's not tournament nerves going on here, welcome to Low Ink. These players know what's on the line for them. They know how many people are watching. They know how many people are going to be talking about this for the rest of this upcoming week. And they sold everything to get through that final game. That was a heck of a set, and hats off to Revenge Tour. Unfortunately, they're going to have to go and get their revenge in the bronze medal match. But now we're going to be shifting gears to figure out a to-be-determined team that has been waiting a pretty decent amount of time. We'll see if they've been iced out or not. Going up against Photic Zone. To recap you guys on the story of these two teams, Photic Zone, I believe, made Alpha Bracket last month. And I am correct. They beat Ink in the system, lost the dive, and they got knocked out by Team Biscuits. They're now in top 4 at least. They survived a game 5 against Dried Out. They're going up against To Be Determined, which has been the surprise team of the tournament here, made up of Bree, Rocket, I'm Sleepy, and the person, their name is Someone. I didn't just guess what their name is. Their literal IGN here is Someone. So To Be Determined has not lost a set all weekend long, I should say. They've lost 2 games. Just 2 games, one of them being the Sanguine Seas, who's in grand finals. But just by looking at their records, you would assume either To Be Determined's going to win this one in 3 games, or Photic Zone's going to drag this one out and be a bloody game 5.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. It's either To Be Determined is going to come out stomping as they've been doing all day so far, or Photic Zone is going to show exactly why they've made it this far into winners semis here. As they've already taken down some strong teams. Lullaby in the first round, Dried Out. They just won it 3-2 back and forth in their last set. So both of these teams looking pretty strong here. We haven't been able to see too much of To Be Determined, so far on stream. But Photic Zone, we saw them in round 1 on stream, and they look pretty strong.
Photic Zone's comp is very, very Splatoon 2 old. I guess it's old style to say if you're like a Splatoon 2 kind of comp now, where they got the double Slayer. One of them is a front line, one of them's a mid line. You got the support player and you got the anchor player. Like, this is the pro style offense that we're used to seeing. Maybe not with the quad shooter nonsense that's been going on right now, but their comp is very old school. It's very classic with how they do it. And that comp works out in today's game when you're fighting nothing but Splash and Machine and probably T-Tech now. If everybody does their job, and everybody on Photic Zone does their specific job really well. Now, with To Be Determined, there's going to be a lot of things that we're going to figure out with these guys going off the top. I think I've seen Bree use Roller in solo queue a lot. That's really the only thing weapon-wise I have to go off of these guys so far. But if they're a contender to win Low Ink, which if you've looked at all the teams they beat, this is the favorite to win this entire tournament right now. We're going to get to know them pretty well.
Yeah, definitely. We're going to get to know them right now. And, you touched on Photic Zone's comp a little bit. We saw them earlier bringing out the back line from Toasty, was able to flex onto either, a charger, explosher, whatever was needed. And then they had, those other weapons to kind of round it out, the usual Splash-O-Matics and sloshing machines from Flynn King. So, like you mentioned, they have a pretty tried and true standard comp, and, if they're able to just do their thing, it should work out in their favor. We're going to be starting off on Splat Zones as per usual in this one here, and the map that we're going to be going to is going to be, is it Hagglefish Market again?
Well, it's the same round.
We're doing the same. Yeah, it's the same round. Yeah.
So we're this is the other match of semifinals, which means Sanguine Seas is going to be watching this and scouting things out and maybe trying to calm their hands down a little bit. But so far, we're going to figure out some things about these teams as we go along here. Obviously, Photic Zone being the team we know more things about. But I wonder how much Photic Zone, because they had a little bit of a break, they were watching the stream as well. I wonder if they were able to do any kind of digging into who their opponent's going to be, try to figure out what they're going to be going up against. Because if you're to be determined, there's more information out on Photic Zone that you could find, both on this stream here and on Twitter, to figure out what you're going to be going up against. So how those two teams handled that break is going to be key for how they go through this set, as far as what they're going to expect here.
Yeah, I completely agree. Just looking at the comps that we've seen from Photic Zone in the past, once again, they could bring out the X-Blosher on this map. If Toasty, elects to go with E-Leader for the Wave Breaker, that's also a really strong option. I don't remember if they went E-Leader in that first set that we saw them on stream, or rather Splatterscope. But, the option still remains there that, Wave Breaker on a map like this, Inkstorm on a map like this could really just control that zone and force everybody off of it, to allow those more aggressive weapons to kind of push forward or take advantage of those flank areas.
And we're finally getting ready here. Just one more player ready and waiting to ready up, and it's going to be a best of 5. Winner moves on to face Sanguine Seas for the entire tournament. Loser has a date with Revenge Tour in the bronze medal match that nobody's going to care about, unfortunately. And finally, we get a look at To Be Determined, and they do have that carbon roller. Or I guess I wasn't expecting a carbon, but just a roller in general. It is a carbon, and that is the VDS from Keyfob, and a Respawn Punisher E-Leader from Rocket. So let's get a look at these guys. They've been the best team so far. Let's see if they can show it here right off the bat against Photic Zone.
Yeah, and so far, they are coming out with the more, varied comp that we've seen today. They've got the double Wave Breakers, which should be able to help them control as much area as possible. There goes the first one coming out from Keyfob, able to bring that one out rather quickly, and that should at least force them a couple members back while they're just able to throw that Booyah Bomb. I believe it got caught on something, though. Was not able to go exactly where they wanted it to right there, but so far, both teams not really, making too many plays to get one going. You would have liked to see, after they got Keyfob, maybe be a little bit more aggressive, but now they do throw out the specials and force everyone back on the side of To Be Determined. And so far, it's not looking too good for To Be Determined, as they're able, on the side of, I'm forgetting the name of the other team. I keep forgetting these names. Photic Zone.
Photic Zone and To Be... Yeah, they have some really stellar names that we should be remembering for sure. To Be Determined, Revenge Tour. But we're getting through it here. Right now, Photic Zone able to get through the 50% points here. I said they had a support player. Instead, they're going with double splash machine. Maybe they're thinking, we don't really know what to expect, so let's just play it safe. Let's just go meta. And right now, they're in a position to try to get the KO right now. One more player going down on the side of TBD, and Flynn King's back here just trying to outpaint anybody that comes in their way. Another carbon player, that is Bree, getting taken care of. And Photic Zone might find a way to take game 1 right here. Rocket forced to push up a little bit, try to make a little bit of a desperation play, tap shotting the zone, and it's not enough to cap everything back into their favor. Just 3 ticks away. Bree goes down again, but the Booyah Bomb, I believe, came in. Something came in on that backside and capped it, and keeps To Be Determined alive in game 1.
Yep, nice try from Photic Zone to knock that one early right there, but thankfully on the side of To Be Determined, they had that Booyah at the ready. Was just able to, put up that little bit of extra paint and allow them to control the zone and get themselves back into it. And so, because they scored so little at the beginning, they had no penalty timer to really work with, and they're building up some points here rather quickly. Sloshing Machine on the side of Photic Zone did go down rather early right there, and that's going to pick up another couple extra points as Photic Zone was just waiting for them to come back. That's a nice pick coming out right there from, I believe that was Toasty, to kind of start this one up there. And there goes Nathan taking another one down with the crab tank. This should be the zone flipping back in their favor right there, but it is a 2v2 situation, so nobody's really in complete control yet.
Yeah, the real classic play in Splatoon, and always has been, get one pick without it being a trade and then pop a special. 3v4 players and you got a special. That's such a huge advantage in this game, and that's why they're able to stop the bleeding a little bit and give them control of zone. But you see TBD able to flip it right back into their favor. They don't have a lot of penalty points they got to get through, and they are pushing up into the enemy side of the map, keeping Photic Zone honest, but nobody from Photic Zone is getting blasted just yet. They're building up a lot of specials on their own. They have a double crab that they're popping out right now, and a Booyah on the backside. Toasty gets eliminated before they can throw their wave break, but it's not enough to stop the zone from flipping back. So death by paper cuts here is how To Be Determined is getting back into this one. They're keeping the penalty points chipped away a little bit at a time, and they've been keeping, even though they keep flipping the zone back in the Photic Zone's favor, they've been keeping Photic Zone locked out for about the last minute and a half here.
Yeah, and they're able to get a nice pick right there to kind of stall out Photic Zone from, using their specials to kind of claim it. Now it's coming out the crab tank at the ready, the wave breaker, the Booyah bomb, all of it going towards the zone. It kind of gets caught up there a little bit away from the zone, but they were still able to cap it and throw up that penalty. So that's a nice stop from them. On the side of To Be Determined, though, they still have a minute at the ready. Nathan just going to elect to go all the way in right there. Now retreats back to their side of the map. And somehow, while Nathan was dipping and dodging everything, the rest of his team actually was able to take out all the members on the side of To Be Determined, other than the E-leader coming out from Rocket. So nice play from them.
Yeah, Nathan's going to take credit for skirmishing right there, I'm sure. Just kind of flopping around and distracting, and the rest of the players actually do all the work. But man, they weren't able to hold on zone very long now. Things have kind of stalled out completely in mid. It seems like every push that To Be Determined has gets shut down whenever Rocket dies from behind. For whatever reason, they're having difficulties keeping Rocket alive on the back end, but right now they're able to get one player down on the side of Photic Zone. They do have wave break ready to go, and this is a desperation crab kind of being popped right here because there's nobody else to kind of work with it. That might have been a bad play right now, and there's only 2 players left alive for Photic Zone. All the penalty points almost gone for the side of To Be Determined.
Yeah, and on the side of Photic Zone, they're probably only going to have 2 specials to work with here, the Wave Breaker and the Crab. Wave Breaker's going to be coming out, but of course that one doesn't really paint. Toasty's already marked by the Wave Breaker from the other side. Now it's just I don't know how they just painted that so easily. Where were the members of To Be Determined? I think they lost the one somewhere else, and then it was kind of a 3v4 to paint for it, but nice play coming in from Photic Zone right there to just recognize the situation and put everyone onto painting that zone as quickly as possible, and it worked out for them.
Yeah, I was able to see things on the stream because it's a little bit delayed. Look at them all taking a bow. By the way, Ink Fair, you should not have shown that replay in that last set, because now that I know we can do that, I'm just going to keep bothering you to do it again. So that's a mistake on your end, not me. But yeah, it looks like they were just able to flank around that backside and attack the zone from the front at the same time. So just kind of pincered the zone. And To Be Determined just had a E-leader in the middle of the zone, not really able to tap shot anything there. But what you just saw, that is the first time we saw To Be Determined on stream. And that is just the 3rd time the entire weekend that they have lost. So I don't know if it's, maybe they've been iced out a little bit because of the wait, even though Photic Zone's been waiting a little bit more too. Maybe it's the stream pressure, I don't know. But Photic Zone looked like the better team for the vast majority of that game, even though To Be Determined held on to the zone, probably held on to it longer over the course of the 5 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, to like counter that though is like, yeah, they look like the better team, Photic Zone, for I'd say the first half to maybe 3/4 of that game. But I think the last 2 minutes or so, we really saw To Be Determined come alive, and they were able to throw up a lot of much stronger pushes. So I like that the showing that they showed right there at the end. And maybe able to use some of that momentum. Yeah, we lost in the end, but it was pretty much an overtime situation. Let's just move on to the next one. With now we know how exactly we want to play this.
I wonder, does To Be Determined know they got to make a counter pick here? Like, they haven't made counter picks all day long. This is their first time playing in this tournament to this point to where they make counter picks. Do they know how this work? They haven't made a counter pick yet. Yeah. I legit think they don't understand what's going on right now.
Yeah, and I mean we kind of talked about that earlier. Is you kind of want to figure out what your counter picks are, like what you like and what you don't like, what works out in your favor as early as possible in the tournament. And now they find themselves in winter semis, not really knowing, what counter picks really work in their favor. They might just have to use some of the other team's counter picks that they were able to win against to figure that one out.
So they did Rainmaker Scorch Gorge is what they're going with here. So be it. I think the key to this team is what their Carbon is going to be able to do. And if you've been paying attention to Twitter, teams have been complaining about dealing with Carbon rollers all day long, not just Bree, but other players as well. I think low ink players just don't know how to fight against Carbon all of a sudden. But Photic Zone, they do have 5 players on their roster. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, they got 6 players on their roster. And they said we might sub some players out based on counter picks. And that's something I would expect. I was kind of assuming we'd see more of from players in low ink that have deeper rosters. Pick a counter pick that works directly for the roster you got. So Photic Zone having their first sub of the day. It looks like Pigment is coming in, and I believe that was no, Flame King is still in there. I believe Silly is the one who's subbing out for Pigment.
Yes, I believe you are right. With them bringing in the sub for Silly right there. Talk a little bit about the map that we're going to be going to. We see the graphic on screen for Rainmaker Scorch Gorge, and I think this is a pretty standard Rainmaker, as it says right there on the screen, right path. This is the standard. No one really takes it anywhere other than that. You almost always want to go for that checkpoint. The other one is, you're pretty much asking to die for the most part. And then not only do you, if you die going across those grates, now the Rainmaker's right there. The enemy team could push straight into your goal pretty quickly. So most teams are going to elect to bring it over to that right path and score. And then we also see, that blue circle is what to watch out for. If the enemy team's able to get onto that with a weapon with at least a little bit of range, or possibly something that could spam maybe fizzy bombs or something from up there, that puts them in a very advantageous position. So you never want to let the enemy team get up onto that little bit of snipe high ground.
I wish I could show this map to my solo queue teammates, honestly. This is, like all of these maps, to be honest with you, you see so much jank. But that's what's so great about low ink, is that you rarely see... You really see people doing what you would assume they should be doing here. Game number 2, To Be Determined, trying to bounce back. They're sticking with basically the same comp they were having. And Pigment's coming in here for the vanilla splatter shot. Opting not to use the hero shot. I like that. I don't like the hero shot weapons design at all. Although the vanilla shot does kind of look like a corn dog with mustard on it. Pigment coming in here. They must feel really good about Inkzuka on this map to sub this player in.
Yeah, and I mean that Inkzuka might be able to create a couple opportunities to just take down the E-leader that she knows coming out from the other side here, open up a lot of space for your team, as you don't have to worry about that E-leader just pressuring the rest of your team members here. We already see Pigment kind of moving on forward here, has the Inkzuka almost at the ready if they're just able to paint, but Nathan, obviously with that Splash-O-Matic, is going to have that crab tank going rather quickly. Already one down on the side of To Be Determined, and Nathan's going to go down in a little bit of a trade right there. Toasty's going to pick up the Rainmaker and try to get something, but that's a full wipeout right now, and things could get bad pretty quickly as they're already moving down into base. We see Keyfob here electing to push up forward on that left side, and that's really what that's for right there. You want to just get your flank in and get something going, but somehow they were able to stop that there with some nice special usage.
Yeah, great play right there by To Be Determined to look at the map that we showed on stream and follow it to a T. Now, they got a great situation to add to their lead as well. Oh, an Ink Strike! Barely a few, just splats somebody in the toe and shuts down everything. All the splats were working in To Be Determined's favor, but a random Ink Strike takes care of the Rainmaker and somebody else and shuts down the push. Still, they clear that first checkpoint, but they left a lot of points there on the board. Taking advantage of a little bit of a misplay by Photic Zone, who fed into a play initially that just wasn't there. But right now, you got to be feeling good if you're Photic Zone that you only gave up control of the checkpoint, nothing else.
Yeah. Oh, nice opening once again from Rocket onto Toasty right there. That should allow a couple members to move on forward. We see them keep working this left flank here on the grates, and that's exactly what it's there for. Distract them on the right. Someone comes in from the left, and you're just able to pincer them really well here. We see Rocket now trying to look for something, able to actually get a pick onto Nathan. So that's their Splash-O-Matic going down right there. And if they're just able to clear out 1 or 2 members, they should be able to push, but Rocket actually just electing to keep throwing things up there and doesn't really have any teammate in a position to really make things happen, as we see someone finally coming in and trying to clear up some ground for Rocket to move forward.
Somebody hold forward. Yeah, I'm right here. I gotcha. Rocket able to add to the lead, slipping right through, finding the path right there. I love it when you have an opportunity to get points, even if you are the one that has to hold forward and not go with your teammates. Just take it. 30 remaining is a huge score on this map. 2 minutes left to go. A whole checkpoint left to defend as well. And look how orange this map is. This is working out all into To Be Determined's favor right now.
Yeah, and you got to give it up to Rocket right there, realizing, you know, Toasty was in the ink vacuum. They can't kill you because they're just sucking everything up. Yeah, you're going to be going slow through it, but they can't splat you at all. You're just going to be able to get a couple extra points. So nice play coming out from Rocket to realize and take full advantage of that to earn this team a nice strong lead right there. They're going to get taken down though, however, but it's been a pretty scrappy finish right here, as finally the members of Photic Zone were able to clear up their side of the map and should be able to move on forward. But no, Keyfob's going to put an end to that rather quickly, as now they're in a kind of a 1v3 situation. Elects to just jump out and regroup with the rest of the team here, as maybe just take things a little bit slow until Keyfob comes back in.
Oh, Breeze just kind of sharking around mid right there. And I don't think, if you're Photic Zone, I don't think you have a right to do anything until you kill Bree. I don't want to even touch that Rainmaker. And you got time to work with. 1:10 is an eternity in Rainmaker. And this is your opportunity right here. You got To Be Determined kind of backed up there. There's a Vacuum Blast able to take care of one player on the side of To Be Determined. And they're trying to work around this right side. A Booyah Bomb is getting built up, I believe, from To Be Determined. Yeah, that is Keyfob working around this right side, trying to force a little bit of a pincer situation. But yeah, Photic Zone's doing a good job of backing them up. They just can't really get any splats right now. Keyfob surviving in a lot of blue ink.
Yeah, Keyfob's actually in a really good position. Nobody's really been able to spot them, so once that Rainmaker just moves forward a little bit, they should be able to get the pick. Actually, Nathan is right next to them, though. Is Keyfob just gonna let them pass? And they are. Alexa just continue fighting for the Rainmaker, and honestly, Keyfob made the right play. A little bit of patience, and it worked out completely.
They should have known Keyfob was there because they were dodging everything that was thrown at them. Man, what a play. And the patience by Keyfob. They didn't even clear that checkpoint, and that might be game right there. We might be going 1-1 into game 3. What a heck of a play.
Yeah, nice. Just great play from Keyfob, realizing as we see another nice play coming out from Bree to get a double and completely end any hopes that Photic Zone had going for them. So it seems like To Be Determined really liked Rainmaker, worked out in their favor right there, as they able to tie this one 1-1. And you know, it does seem like they've got most of the momentum, as Photic Zone really was never able to establish anything in that game.
Man, poor Nathan's gonna watch the VOD back of that and be like, bruh, really? But you know what, even if they get